Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Surprise! Well, knock me down with a feather. Crafter's Companion is turning a sensational 17, and boy do we have a celebration for you. We are bringing the razzle dazzle and putting on the Ritz for a fabulous and very flamboyant affair, and of course you're all invited. From the 18th of October we're going to be shining the spotlight on a glittering array of spectacular new launches, some amazing offers and so many show-stopping surprises.
Good morning, my lovely friends. Gosh, there's a lot going on set today, and there's a lot going on here at Sewing Street today. I feel like I've shrunk. I'm going to stand up properly. It is wonderful to have your company. We're having a few Facebook issues at the moment, so Facebook Live isn't on right this minute, but that's okay. You and me, we're here together. We're going to have a great fun morning. Let's start, as always, with our early bird. Now, our early bird today, well, this is super useful actually and has quite a lot of crossover. It is the laundry pen and product labels, I suppose, clothing labels from Corbond. Now, what you've got in here is a permanent ink pen for writing on fabric. It's fast drying, it's smudge free, fine point, hardened tip, and a comfort grip barrel. And I know certainly when I'm looking for a pen, I always want a comfort grip barrel. Well, this one has it. Normally £3.99. Now, this of course is going to be super useful if you need to label stuff. So it might be your stuff, you know, that you take along to Quilt Club. But also this would be something you could use to create labels for quilts. You know, it is made to go in clothing that's going to be washed. You're meant to write on fabric with it, of course, so it's absolutely ideal for making quilt labels. And I remember once that it was the one time I actually remembered and was motivated to make a quilt label for a quilt. I shouldn't be telling you this, should I? I should say I always remember to do the label, but anyway, I wrote this whole lovely label out really nicely. Washed the quilt, and I'd used a washable pen, so that quilt now just has this label on the back with nothing on it. It's the only quilt I've ever remembered to label properly, and I didn't even do that right. So grab yourself a Corbond laundry pen while you can. Now, normal price is £3.99, but it's our early bird today, so let's crush that price. Let's do it. Let's crush that price. There it is. So that price is coming down to £1.99. It's something that is really, really useful to have in your sewing box. I'd get a couple of these, you know. And of course, if you've got kids in the family, especially if they're at school or clubs, things like that, it is absolutely essential that all of their clothes are labelled. I was a primary school teacher for many years, and we even liked socks to have a label, each sock to have a label, because you think, oh, this will be easy, you know, these are, you know, plain black socks. How many people will have those on? And then you find there's actually quite a lot. So it was really, really useful to label. Now, you do get 10 labels included for free in your pack. That can go on clothing, but you know, you can use bits of paper, fabric to do this, and of course you can make quilt labels as well. It might be things like writing inside a bag, you know, made by Joan, made by Stuart. I don't know where the names Joan and Stuart came from, they just popped into my head. But you could label up your gifts that you make for people as well. Yes, of course, you could use a Pigma pen, but a laundry marking pen, absolutely suitable as well. Also good for things like gym kit as well. If you happen to go to the gym, label up your stuff. It's also useful for things like towels or whatever. I would still put a label on. And then you can get everything labelled so you never lose your socks when you go to the gym. That's your laundry pen from Corbon. Now remember, when you open your shopping basket and buy the early bird, you are paying for your postage and packing for the rest of the day. You'll pay £3.95, you only pay that once. And then for the rest of the day, it doesn't matter what you purchase, there's no more P&P to pay, which is great. Now, the other thing I just wanted to mention while we were here, this wasn't a later show, but I thought, gosh, we've got a laundry pen as our early bird. And this is another kind of laundry item, but really, really useful for sewers and quilters. And I mean, the ultimate example of something that was made for somebody else, but we embraced, is surely the friction pen that was made for, you know, kids at school so they could rub out their mistakes. But how have we embraced that? So the other thing I wanted to show you is the Beldray over the door laundry hamper. Now, if I just show you the picture so you can kind of see what you're going to do with this. So it's a really big, useful laundry hamper. It has these little hangers so you can hook it onto the back of a door. Now, I think that's absolutely super useful for things like, it might be your fabric scraps, it could be your pieces of batting, it could be interfacings, fusibles, your bonder web could all go in there. It could be whatever you're using right now, so it's handy. It doesn't have to go on the back of a door, of course. You can use a couple of those, you know, those little hooks that you just stick to the wall and then pull the tape away, you know, when you want to move them and it doesn't leave a mark. Well, you could put those up next to your sewing table, couldn't you? And then have this hanging up. So you've got this lovely big bag right next to you. Now, one of the things a lot of people struggle with in scrap quilting is being random. I know some of you now are kind of, oh, my eye's gone funny. You know, that makes me feel sick. Don't say random. I can't do that. And I always remember a teacher saying to me many years ago, look, here's the thing to do. Just put all the fabrics that you're going to use into a big bag that you can't see into, and then just reach into that bag. And whatever fabric comes out next, those are the ones you're going to use together. How many of us could actually do that? It's a bit of a scary prospect. I have done it actually, and just occasionally I'll go, oh no, those aren't going together. But actually most of the time, it's like, yeah, that looks absolutely fine, let's go for it. And I think my quilts are better for it. So you could use your laundry hamper for that too. It's £11.99. You can, of course, if you'd like to, use it for laundry. I won't judge you. Okay, right, keep going through for that, and our early bird, the laundry pen from Corbon for £1.99. Brilliant for making labels for your quilts. We are just sorting out Facebook Live, by the way, so we'll be able to be incommunicado. No, that's where you can't contact somebody. We're incommunicado now, but we will be in communicado very soon. Let's have a look at the menu for today and see what's coming up. Okay, so 8 AM, I am super excited. It's the brand new Tilda launch. It's the Hometown collection. My goodness me, this is so cute. Just take a little look at this cushion that I made. I'm going to be showing you how to make this cushion in this hour, how to make this block as well. It's a real cutie. You're going to love it. The collection is beautiful. As always, super excited to share that with you. That's Hometown coming up at 8 o'clock. Now then, back to the menu at 9 o'clock. Clare is here, and she's got her on the wing quilt pattern and also her top of the morning quilt. Both of them are hanging up on set right now. They are so beautiful. Can't wait to spend the first hour with Janet at 9 o'clock. Now at 10 o'clock, we've got the Brother sewing machines, the FS250 and the Disney embroidery machine. I'm going to give you a really thorough tour of both machines. And so maybe this is something you've been promising yourself, a brand new sewing machine for Christmas maybe, or maybe you're just about to retire, or you have retired and you've got into your sewing. Well, we'll talk about that at 10 o'clock. If you've got any questions or queries, make sure you get in touch. And I believe we've got the walking foot and darning foot. So if you've already bought the Brother FS250 and haven't got those, make sure you tune in. Today's the day. At 11 o'clock, Janet's back with Christmas makes. Now, I've never seen Christmas makes from Janet Clare, and these are absolutely gorgeous. They are so cute. We've got a Christmas Advent village. I need that and want that in my life. Little polar bears and penguins, a super cute quilt. I mean, there's loads of lovely stuff. Really, really, look at those stockings. Absolutely beautiful. Those are kids' stockings. Absolutely gorgeous. Beautiful stuff from Janet Clare. And then at 12 o'clock, sewing room tools. And actually, Ben, our producer, has really delved into our archives and found some amazing tools for that hour. Things I haven't seen on air before, or stuff I haven't seen on air for a very long time. And really, I got really excited this morning about some of the tools that we've got on air. So, you know, we're going to have a great time at 12 o'clock. So stick around for the whole morning. Now then, I just want to make a very quick mention of this book right here. It's Use Scrap Sew Blocks Make 100 Quilts. Now, this was my second book, but my first quilting book. You get 100 quilt patterns in this book, specifically written to use up those scraps, okay? Now, this book's been reprinted 3 times. It is a really, really popular book. We've only got 14 of these left. It is currently being reprinted. I cannot get this book for me at the moment because it is completely out of stock. It's being reprinted now and it will be back in stock properly in December in time for Christmas. But right now there are 14 copies of this book in the company. There were more this morning, but already you found this. $17.99. The actual cover price of this book is $22.95. So you're making a lovely saving, almost a £5 there. Grab it while you can. Once there's 14 are gone, we will not have this book until December. All right. Okay, great. I might buy a couple of copies of that so I can put them on my website. All right, listen, it is time for the Tilda launch. So let's head on over. Come with me. All right, now then, the Tilda brand new collection is called Hometown, and it is super cute. Now, I'm going to start off with our mega bundle because this is what I want. And I think I know this is what you want. It's a bit of everything. And what you've got in this mega bundle is 1/2 metre of everything from the entire Hometown collection. Now that is 20 different fabrics. So you're getting 10 metres of Tilda fabric here. Now that price is wrong. Let's just say that from the start. £134.82 means this fabric is working out at less than £14 a metre. That ain't right. And that's because we've applied a 1 metre saving on this collection for buying the mega bundle. You're getting one of these meters for free. Tilda fabric has always been more expensive than really any other quilting fabric. And it's a premium product. It's absolutely beautiful. It's usually around about the £16 to £17 a metre mark, which is the money. It's the right money. But we're doing a whole metre for free within this bundle. Now, let me show you. So there's 4 colourways: rust, green sage, blue, and grape plum. Yeah, grape plum. All absolutely gorgeous. Let me start by showing you. I'm going to start by showing you the grape plum, because what you've got then is the same 5 designs in the different colorways. Okay, now I will show you them all, of course. They're absolutely beautiful. So we start off with this focus fabric, which is so sublime and beautiful. It features well, I think we've all made a Tilda doll, right? With the lovely little bunches of hair somewhere, and they're kind of beautiful. They've been made sort of sophisticated and elegant. To me, they've got almost a look of, I don't know, kind of 1920s or 1930s maybe. Ladies, they're obviously at a country house. There's a drinks reception in the garden. There's a peacock somewhere making that gorgeous cry. I wouldn't want to live next to it, but it's quite fun on a Midsummer Murders. And there they are with their beautiful evening bags and their pashminas draped over their shoulders in case there's a breeze. It's absolutely beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely gorgeous. So that's the feature fabric, if you like, the focus fabric. But then look at these florals. Now this next one right here, oh my goodness, the minute I opened the box I fell on this fabric because it's just so beautiful. It is elegant, it is sophisticated, it is Tilda often has more of a vintage look. This to me does not have that vintage vibe, but equally it's not super modern, but it is different to the usual handwriting that you see on so many quilting fabrics, but just beautiful. To me, it's got a little bit of a look of Indian woodblock printing, which we saw from Tilda on Windy Days, but it's been sophisticated up, if that's a phrase. I love the little dot in the background, the polka dot in the background. It's chic, it's smart, it's beautiful. I mean, gorgeous for quilting, but great for clothing too, I think. Now let's keep going with the collection. Next up, a lovely all over floral. This is perfect if you love fussy cutting, kaleidoscope quilting, English paper piecing where you're maybe focusing on a particular part of a design, because this has got that fabulous regular repeat. It's got the belly of the butterfly with that reflectional symmetry either side, which makes it absolutely beautiful for kaleidoscope quilting, fussy cutting, which you can do of course by hand or machine. This would also work brilliantly for something like stack and whack, but I mean, it's just a really beautiful fabric. I've included this in my cushion and it just looks lovely. Beautiful colours in there, all those lovely warm grapes and purples, and I know there are so many purple girls out there. Every quilt guild has got its purple lady, hasn't it? In mine, my old quilt guild, it was Val. She absolutely, anything purple, she just couldn't resist. Now this next one, there is this beautiful kind of all over soft, subtle leaf print, and it's kind of blowing in almost diagonal lines across the page. It's just beautiful, really lovely. And what's nice too about all of these fabrics is, yes, the predominant shades in this collection are purples, but you've got this little touch of really deep, very deep purple, or even maybe possibly a very, very deep blue. And you've also got that little bit of burnt orange in there, which means that mixing and matching with the other colorways is easy peasy. Okay, last one is a really sophisticated tree motif, but again picked out in dots. I think this is such a clever fabric. Have a look at this. Isn't that beautiful? Absolutely gorgeous. Now this starts to creep into, I'm going to say it, Tula. There's a connection here, I think, with Tula fabrics. And I saw some years ago now, actually, maybe 8 years ago, Amy Butler did the first collection that I ever saw that had like pixelated images. And it was really different at the time, but I think we've all caught on a little bit with that. And this has kind of got that flavour to it. Just beautiful. And of course, it marries really well with that other print that I fell in love with the dot background. Is just gorgeous. Now let me show you the other colorways. And I'm also going to just mention at this juncture too, that as well as the mega bundle, we have also got each of these colourways available as a collection, so you get 2.5 metres. This is the rust colourway. I won't open all of these out unless you email in and ask me to. So you've got these same beautiful prints. Now I need to tell you, a third of the stock has already sold out. We're at 8:20. It's always popular, but this is a fabulous collection from Tilda, isn't it? So we've got our elegant ladies to start with. I'll show you them in the same order so you get the same sense of the collection. So you've got our elegant ladies, this time on this beautiful sort of brick red rust background, but with all those beautiful soft pinks, soft blues, little bit of soft turquoise in there as well. There's that elegant print, and almost maybe a look of Jacobean crewel work in there as well. Are you with me on that? You've got the sort of Tudor rose. Again, beautiful. Now the rust now is softened almost to a coral, and we've got a little bit more of that soft blue here. Just pretty, isn't it? Our all over leaf. Now this is my favourite colourway of this one. That combination of teal, that burnt rusty orange, little bit of gold, and the softest pale green background. And then those trees. That is yummy, isn't it? Really appeals to my sort of love of warm shades, this one. That's the rust colourway. Let's move on. We've still got blue and green. I'm going to grab the green next. Now, personally, I don't often go for green fabrics, but this is such a lovely, it's a warm green, which sounds like a strange thing to say, but there are warm blues and cold blues. There are warm greens, cold greens. This, I think it's because it's that kind of malachite jade. These are jewel toned greens, emeralds as well, which have that lovely warmth to them. So look at this, and I think the fact that we've got some purple in there just draws me in massively. Imagine a gorgeous bag made with this. Fabulous. With piping maybe in the purple, a lilac, a turquoise would look great for something like that as well. You can team these fabrics with so many different colours because there are little hints of others in there. Check this out. This is that Jacobean crewel work sort of. I just love it. Now remember, you're getting the whole collection here, all 20 fabrics. It is brand spanking new. You're getting 1/2 metre of everything, so you're getting 20 different fabrics, 10 metres in total. It is brand new Tilda, and you're getting 1 metre of that for free. Here's that gorgeous all over kind of Tudor rose, little bit of purple in this one again. Isn't that cute? Really lovely. Now, the mega bundle is really flying out very, very quickly. It will sell out. So if you've got it in your basket, I urge you to check out. Otherwise, there's a possibility you'll miss out. Now, I know I said that the last one of this was my favourite colourway, but now I've opened it out. Michelle's messaged in to say, you literally read my mind. I'm thinking the elegant ladies fabric would make an amazing bag. Michelle in Greater London. Michelle, great minds think alike. It really would, wouldn't it? It's smashing. And also as well, we'll make some really gorgeous cushions, simple board around the outside, feature like a large square or rectangle of those elegant ladies. I want to know what they're talking about. Politics, I think, yeah, absolutely. And of course, a cocktail. Am I right? Maybe a martini, something like that. And then that, just delicious, absolutely gorgeous fabrics. It is a beautiful collection, absolutely gorgeous. Tilda do it every time for me. I'm blown away. I'm blown away every time. Right, the blues. Now, Ben, our producer, has just whispered in my ear, these are my favourites. Oh, now that was creepy. That was too much of a whisper. Check this out. Oh, it's so lovely. Look at the gold in there. This mustardy gold. That is stunning. Half the stock of the mega bundle now, all checked out. Well done to all of you. You are going to have the best time when this comes home to you, where it belongs. Isn't that lovely? Okay, this is now my favourite colourway. I've decided. I know I'm a little bit fickle, but you know, I'm like this when I'm going around any kind of fabric show or anything like that. I'm just running around touching everything. Check this one out. This is that gorgeous all over floral. I love it. I love it. Isn't that beautiful? And of course, it reads as a blue fabric, but when you look closer, you see there's soft pink, there's a little bit of rusty orange, there's some aqua, mustard. Just lovely. Absolutely lovely. You see those colours here on the selvage. And this is useful when you're marrying up maybe your solids or your chambrays or your coordinates. But just remember, take this with a pinch of salt, because this doesn't give you an indication of the proportions of those colours within the print. So yeah, it's a great little ready reckoner, but also look at the print and think, actually, like for example, this rusty orange is a tiny proportion. It's probably, I don't know, 3-4% of the whole print. So use it in a very small proportion within your quilt. If you want to keep that harmony, if this is your main focus fabric, try and reflect the harmony of this in your other colours. Keep them in proportion. Or turn that completely on its head and go the other way and make this an absolute like real pop of colour. Feature it. But, you know, kind of make your choice there. All right, so that's that one. We've got the... And I love the way, you know, like those, like the print with the ladies is very kind of relaxed, informal, and, you know, asymmetrical. There's ladies here, there's ladies here, there's, you know. Whereas then you've got a fabric like this, which has much more of a formal layout. It is elegantly proportioned and everything's sort of in its place. Beautiful. Our all over vine. Show you the last fabric in a sec, and then I'm going to get on to demo. Now we're on to almost single figures. I think we're 11 bundles left. We've not got many of these bundles left at all. We started off with loads. You're really loving this. Isn't that pretty? Beautiful. Beautiful fabric. Very elegant. Oh. And then our final, I know, what's this one called? Apple Garden. Apple Garden in blue. Lovely. Great definition there. It's really lovely, isn't it? Yeah, you know, Tilda managed to do this thing, and I've always said it, and I know it's such a contradiction in terms, but it has a vintage flavour. It feels familiar, but it also feels very fresh and modern. But not modern in that kind of scary, oh, out of my comfort zone modern, which sometimes I feel, you know, I'm like, oh, it's a bit too much. But it has that freshness to it. It makes, I don't know, maybe vintage fresh. Okay, let me grab my project and I'm going to show you the block. So I couldn't wait to get started. I wasn't going to make a project, but then when the fabrics arrived, I thought, oh, actually, that's too beautiful. I need to make something. So I've made this cushion. This was a really fun afternoon's sewing. And it features 9 blocks. And just come and have a close look at the block. At first sight, it looks like, okay, right, yeah, that's just oh, hang on. How would you sew that? It's like a little pinwheel made from rectangles, but then with bigger rectangles round a centre square. It uses what's called a partial seam construction, which sounds awfully clever. I'm going to show you how easy it is. 9 blocks together, little flange border around the outside. Did you see that? Little flange border. Oh, there we go. You can just about see it at the side there, so a little folded border, and then this outer border, this is not in the main collection, this is one of the coordinates, and it's called neighbourhood. I'll show you that very shortly. Julie's got in touch to say, morning Stuart, will you show all the Lady Tilda fabrics together please? I certainly will, Julie. What I'm going to do, a bit of demo, and then that'll be the first thing I do when we come back to look at fabrics. All right, now we do not have any of the new collection available by the individual half metre. The only way you can get it today, because it's launch, is either as a main collection or as the colour collections. So the blue, the green, the plum grape or the rust. So you get those 5 fabrics, 2.5 metres. But what that does then is give you lovely fabrics that will all coordinate together. Now in about a month's time I am going to be doing a show where we'll have the pre-cuts, so things like the strip rolls, the charm packs, and I'm going to do a quilt and a pattern for the cushion and also for a quilt, which has been one that I've done before and a lot of people have asked for the pattern. So we'll do that in about a month's time. So, you know, maybe get a little bit now, a little bit in a month's time, you know, spread it out. Okay. So I'll just show you on overhead that block that I'm going to make. It's a 6-inch finished block. So we've got an 18-inch square main panel here and then a 2-inch board around the outside to finish off this cushion. So let me show you how to make this block. So grab yourself a pen and paper. Oh, bless him, Ben, our producer, I don't think he's ever used a sewing machine, but he has got a pen and paper ready so he can take down my particulars. Okay, so I've got a few different fabrics here and I think, I don't know, should we go purple or should we go green? Or should we mix the two? I'm going to grab purple anyway. Right, so to start with, what I need to cut are some rectangles and I need these to be 3.5 inches by 2.5 inches. Now, I'm going to make these sort of individually, but if you were making a whole bunch of these, you could strip piece these units, which would make things a little quicker. You know, we all use lots of different methods, and it depends what you're doing. We don't always strip piece everything. Sometimes you need to cut out individual triangles. Nothing wrong with that. So I'll get a couple of 2.5 inch rectangles out of this. So 2.5 by 3.5, and you need 4 of these. And this is going to create the sort of main pinwheel. Okay. Next up, let's do that again. So 3.5. 3.5, yep. And I'll just cut that down to 2.5 by 3.5 inch rectangles. So I thought we'd do this in real time because I often talk about this is a quick and easy block, and I want you to see that it is a quick and easy block and lots of fun to make. Okay, right, so that's done. So I've got 4 of those. Now the next thing I need, you'll have seen on the cushion that I used some Tilda chambrays for these finer blades, if you like, on the... So I've cut out these large parts here. Those are my 2.5 by 3.5 inch segments. But then you'll see there's also this little, and I've used the Tilda chambrays, which look really pretty. But as I say, you could use solids, you could grab something from your stash. So I'm going to cut those next. And those are 1.5 inch by 2.5 inch each one. I think I'm going to use purple chambray for that. Okay, so we'll cut a 1.5 inch strip and then I'll trim it down. So if you were going to strip piece this, what you'd want to do is cut out a long 3.5 inch wide strip of your main feature fabric, a long 1.5 inch strip of your chambray or your solid, sew it to the top, and then you could chop. Okay, but because I'm almost using scraps up here, I'm going to make each one individually. So, you know, sometimes you just change your method up depending on what fabrics you've got available. You don't always need yardage. You don't always need to follow the same method that the pattern says. So 1.5 by 2.5. 1 and 2. Okay, and then I'll do the same down here. Thank goodness for my rotating cutting mat. It is making my life so much easier this morning and quicker. There we go. And one more. Now, the only other thing that I need for this block is a 2.5 inch square, and that's for the very, very center of my block. I'm going to use this fabric right here, which is, it's not quite pixelated tree, but it's that sort of flavor, isn't it? So I'm going to use that, and we'll cut a quick 2.5 inch square, and that's going to be the center. Okay, so I've got all the pieces cut out for my 6.5 inch block. And I can start constructing. All right, so the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to chain piece this little rectangle to the top edge. So this is where if you were making a load of these in the same colour, it would be worth cutting a long strip, 3.5 inch wide strip, a 1.5 inch strip, sew them together and then chop them up. I couldn't do that with my fabrics because I didn't have, you know, a long enough piece. So machine on, I'm going to pick stitch 46. I'm using the Brother FS250 here. I don't need to use a 1/4 inch foot. I can use the regular foot and just pick stitch 46. Grab my pedal to the metal and away we go. All right, I've got some neutral, well, it's not really neutral actually, it's kind of like a yellow, but that'll work. And I'm going to sew straight across the top. Now I'm chain piecing these for speed, efficiency, and also so I don't like waste thread just for the sake of it. Who likes changing a bobbin? Okay, 1, 2. Now the third one. Now I sewed my units, and my blocks are 6.5 inches raw edge to raw edge. I sewed them together in a 3x3. They'd work really nicely on point. They'd also work really nicely with 1 inch finished sashing in between each one. If you were making a quilt, I might be inclined to separate out the blocks with 1.5 inch cut, 1 inch finished sashing. So lots you can do with this block, and of course you can scale it up as well if you would like to. All right, so once that's done, I'm going to do a quick bit of pressing. I've got my wool pressing mat. Have you seen these? Have you got one? They're fabulous. You get the best press on a wool pressing mat. Good old Jenny Doan introduced us all to these again, didn't she? I think. Certainly me. I'm going to finger press. And I just use my thumbnail and I push from the outside, inside, middle, outwards. So I get a really crisp edge, and then a quick press just to make sure everything's nice and flat. Yeah, I got out of doing heavy gardening at the weekend. I said to Charlie, do you mind if I just do a bit of sewing? It was our, day together, but, I think we'd had about, most of the day together anyway, and we'd probably had enough. And he said, no, it's fine. I'll go out and do some gardening. Why don't you do your sewing and I'll do that? Okay, right. So that was quite nice for me. All right, then let me show you how to lay out your block. So start with your 2.5 inch square in the center. And then this is where it starts to look a bit like, hang on, you what? Because I'm going to put this here. Hang on, you what? This is going to go here. This is going to go here, and this is going to go here, okay? So there's my pinwheel. But how on earth do we sew it? Well, we do what's called a partial seam construction. So lay everything out like this, and then just move 3 of them away. And this is going to be our first seam. So I'm going to flip right sides together, and I can line up this side. This is the seam I'm going to sew, but obviously I can't sew all the way to the end because there isn't any fabric here. So what I'll do is I'm going to sew a little bit more than halfway. So I'm going to get beyond this seam here to about here, and then I'll stop. And you can do a little back stitch there if you want to, but you don't have to. Okay, so same again, 1/4 inch seam allowance, and I'm just going a little bit more than halfway. Cut my threads, and then we'll go back to the pressing board and let me show you what I'm going to do. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to flip this over, and what I want to do is I'm going to push the seam allowance towards that centre square. So I'm just creasing just down here, this bit that I've sewn. I'm not going to crease this, just crease here. That's my partial seam allowance. So I've done that. So now I'm going to sew this to this, and hey presto, it fits, and I've got a full run. This is when it starts turning into regular patchwork. So I'm just going to sew that whole seam now. So it's whole seams from now on in. Okay. Now let me tell you, we've got 9 of those mega bundles left, and then that's it. That's it. There are 12 of them in baskets, so 3 of you, I'm sorry, will miss out. Okay, it's just down now to whoever checks out first. Okay, so I have now pressed that back with my fingernail, and I'm just going to give that a press with the iron. Okay, so I've done 1, 2, this one's next. And you see how I like to keep everything out on my wool pressing mat, so nothing gets twisted or turned. So again, it fits perfectly, and we've got a full run of sewing, regular sewing here, nothing clever. Okay, well it kind of is clever, but it's also easy. That's the kind of sewing I like best. The stuff that's easy but looks clever. I've built a career on that. There we go. All right, so I'll flip that back. Give it a little finger press and then go in with an iron. Okay, so I've done that one. And now I've got this one. Now obviously here, I just need to open this up a little bit. You know, there's my full run, that full side. It is sort of turned down at the moment. But this is why I didn't sort of crease it really firmly all the way to the end, because I want to match up that whole seam. And it's perfectly easy to do. That's all nice and flat together. So I'm going to sew that seam next. And then I'll have half a seam to sew at the end. I know you're getting the gist of this now. If you didn't already, you might have already done this method, but it sometimes pops up, and I don't ever want a technique to pop up in a pattern and for any of you to think, well, I wouldn't know where to start. I wouldn't know where to start. So now we know. All right. And then let's flip that up, finger press it, and iron. Right, so we've almost finished this block now. Here's that last little bit. So this was my partial seam, and I didn't have any fabric here, so I couldn't do the whole thing. But now I have got a full bit of fabric. It lays perfectly flat, it matches. I'm just going to sew up to and maybe 1 or 2 stitches over where I started. Okay. So back under the machine to sew my final, and this also I guess is a partial seam because we're not going all the way across. We're just going maybe 1 or 2 stitches over where we started. And then last thing again, push that seam allowance towards the centre square, and there is my block all pressed. It is square. It's all matched up, and we did it. 6.5 inches square. Now there's 5 mega bundles left. So if you want to get your mega bundle, there's twice as many in baskets as we have. All right, so you will need to be quick. So there's your little block. All right, make 9, sew them together, add a border. Now, let me show you those ladies. Let me show you those ladies. I promised our viewer I'd show the ladies all together. That's mine, that's mine, that's going home with me. You know I love Tilda. Okay, let's grab the ladies out and I'll show you them all together. This is like a mega party, isn't it? All of the ladies are all out together. So there is the rust. There is the blue. Here is the green. I'm just refolding them so they're all going the same way. There is the green. And last of all, we've got the grape plum. Gosh, which is your favourite? It's hard, isn't it? Those are our 4 colourways. Delicious. Just lovely, isn't it? Really nice. Really nice. Okay, now remember, if you're going for the mega bundle, you don't have to try and choose. It's like choosing your favourite child or your favourite kitten. It's impossible. But you don't have to. Maybe you really want to though. So let's go through the individual colourways. And shall we start? Which is our most, well, we haven't, well, yeah, which is our most popular colourway? The blue. Let's start with blue then. Let's start with blue. My favourite, Ben's favourite. Okay, I'll pop this to one side. So, blue colourway, 37.45. And you're going to get half a metre of each of these 5 beautiful brand new fabrics from Tilda. Let's start with the Elegant Ladies. You have then got all over vine. I love the combo actually of that blue with that mustard. It is just a gorgeous combination. It really works. Next up, you've got that really elegant sort of Jacobean floral. You've got your tree, your apple tree. And then you've got that beautiful sort of Jacobean rose, or Tudor rose, sorry. There is your blue collection. So main focus. Now, if I was using a couple of coordinates to go in with this, I would probably grab a little bit more of the mustard, which I will just show you here. Now, there is a coordinate range. You might, if you love this, you might want to pop on pre-order and grab this called Neighbourhood. Okay, there are 5 fabrics. It features little cottages and little trees in the background. So every range now from Tilda comes with a specifically designed range of coordinates. That just brings in a little bit more of the mustard. There is also a blue, if you like the blue. I'll show you all, I'll show you all of them, but I thought it might be pertinent just to show you what I would coordinate. So I'd probably go with either the mustard or the blue, okay? We'll show you those. So these are the graphics for the mustard. Now this is available by the half metre. So for example, on my cushion that I showed you, I used the blue for the border, and then I used the rust for the background of, or the back of my cushion. Okay, so that just gives you a little sneak of one of the other colours. But mustard is on screen right now. So this is the mustard, and then we'll show you the details for the blue. Again, you know, half a metre of that, 2 half metres for your cushion, 1 for a border, 1 for a backing. And then this is the blue colourway, details on screen now, £7.49 per half metre. That's your beautiful blue. Isn't that gorgeous? Really lovely. Okay, right, so blue collection, done and dusted. There it is right there. Beautiful, really lovely, really lovely. Let's do green next. So same order, you've got your Elegant Ladies. This is actually called Friendly Gathering. They mean no harm. It's a friendly gathering. All right, next up, you've got that beautiful all over vine print. That's normally what they say for like a football match, isn't it? When it's not in a competition, it's a friendly. Yeah. Elegant. Absolutely gorgeous. Your apple trees. That is gorgeous, isn't it? Really stunning. Again, reeds almost as a solid, but then when you get closer, you see all that beautiful detail. And then the Tudor rose. That's a stunning colourway, 37.45. Now then, some coordinates to throw in. Let's start with purple. This is Neighbourhood in purple. Yummy, yummy. Look at that. Gorgeous. It's so easy to put Tilda fabrics together. All the hard work's been done. You just have to choose what project you're going to use. So I would use purple, but I'm also very, very taken with the, I want to say teal. It is teal, yep. Very taken with the teal because that also works really beautifully. And if you want to mix and match, you know, we haven't got the chambrays at the moment, but you see that little bit of, yeah. So what you could do there is, like for your flange border, you could use a little bit of the purple Neighbourhood as your flange. Ah, I'm glad you all enjoyed my demo, by the way. I really enjoyed doing it. It's fun, isn't it? Like a little new technique, fun little block. I think it's so versatile. So that's the teal and the purple Neighbourhood that go really nicely with the green. There is also a green, which I want to show you as well. So, but in some ways, you see, I would tend to use this green with the purple grape colourway, but I'll show you now just so that you've seen this as well. That's the green, and I'll just open it up so you can just have a look. Lovely. Okay, so that's two colourways, the blue and the green. We'll go next to, let's go plum. Let's go plum grape. Plum and grape. So Friendly Gathering. I never give fabrics names when I'm designing my own ranges. I never give the individual fabrics names. I think they do have names, but it tends to be Craft Cotton Company that give them a name. I shall start now. Friendly Gathering. Let's go trees next. I'm mixing these up a little bit. Oh, they're upside down. Can't have that. We can't have that. That's far too Stranger Things. There we go. And then our vine. Our Tudor rose. And that's lovely, isn't it? That is a really beautiful colourway. So here, well, different things you could do here. So for example, you could bring in a little bit of the blue because you've got some blue here, you've got some blue here, and of course you've got blue in the dresses. So that would be an opportunity to just take it in a slightly different direction. Now there isn't actually any green in there at all, but you could bring some in because purple and green do have a nice affinity. So you could bring a little bit of green in if you wanted to. You could also, and this is a slight wild card, is bring in the rust. And this is our final colourway of Neighbourhood. I use this on the back of my cushion, kind of like a brick terracotta colour. And the reason why this would be a really fun one to bring in is because you have got that terracotta brick colour in this fabric here, a little here, and a little here. And actually in a very soft version in the background of Friendly Gathering. So this would also work with all of those colours as well. And maybe if you wanted to stick to a predominantly purple colour, then you could just use just a small amount, just as a little pop. It's quite a subtle pop, but it's a pop. So those are our individual colourways of not only the Tilda collection, but also Neighbourhood, which is the coordinating range. Oh, of course we have. We've got Rust. We've got Rust. Remiss of me. Okay. Friendly Gathering. If you want some more inspiration, by the way, for what to do with the Hometown collection, have a look on the Tilda website, because there are some beautiful free patterns for quilts on there as well. Okay, right, so Friendly Gathering. Start with that. That's absolutely lovely. I want to go to this party. Lovely. Lovely. Sorry. I don't normally laugh out loud, but Ben, our producer, is doing what he would do if he was at the party. He'd be like, oh, hi, I'll have a martini. Hi there. Gorgeous. I love that print. Oh, delicious. You see what I mean about it being a little bit like Indian woodblock printing, though? It's got that gorgeous kind of sinuous, almost like a block print, but it's kind of, yeah, just moved on a little bit from that. Lovely, absolutely lovely. Okay, those are this one right here. There's our Jacobean or Tudor rose, I think, and then our tree. Absolutely gorgeous. And again, the blue would work really well here, and that's what I did on my cushion. I used the blue as a border. But you see, I also pulled out all sorts of other colours. Let me just grab the cushion for a second and show you. So like, you know, I pulled out things like this salmon pink and the aqua, the denim blue. This one's a red right here. And then here for the flange border, I used a lilac. And then you can see there that little border using Neighbourhood, just to pull the whole thing together. And then, of course, the rust version on the back. So I love a kind of mix and match approach. Why use one fabric when you can use 5 different ones? Now you will just notice on my cushion, one thing I also did was to add some buttons. So I added these to the center of each of the blocks. Now we don't have the buttons this time around, but next month, when I'm back with the pre-cuts, we will have these buttons. So if you want to add them to your cushion or your projects, they're a little fun addition. They're very affordable. These are specific to this range. They use fabrics from the Hometown range, and they're just a little fun addition. Now, I just need to tell you, the mega bundle, there are 4 left. 12 of them in baskets, so now 3 times as many in baskets than we have. Is that 4 times as many? 3 left, 12, yeah, 4 times as many. So do please be quick if you would like those. Just want to remind you as well that each of the colourways is available as a smaller collection. So you get 2.5 meters of fabric in either the blue, the green, the rust, or the grape plum. That's the only way you can buy the fabrics today. We will have them by the 1/2 meter, whatever we can in the future, of course. But next month we'll have pre-cuts, and that will be fun too. So you can start making now, and then next month I'll see you again and we'll make something else equally lovely. All right, well, thanks for staying with me for the first hour. That was a fun one. I enjoyed that. After the break, I will welcome my wonderful friend Janet Clare to the set, and we'll have a fun hour doing Top of the Morning and another beautiful quilt from Janet on the wing, which is just beautiful. I know my lovely friend Hilary has already made this quilt. I'll see you after the break.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Surprise! Well, knock me down with a feather. Crafter's Companion is turning a sensational 17, and boy do we have a celebration for you. We are bringing the razzle dazzle and putting on the Ritz for a fabulous and very flamboyant affair, and of course you're all invited. From the 18th of October we're going to be shining the spotlight on a glittering array of spectacular new launches, some amazing offers and so many show-stopping surprises.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Hi friends, welcome back to Sewing Street. What a glorious morning. I'm so excited this hour. We've got my lovely friend Janet Clare.
Hello.
Woohoo! Janet.
So nice to see you.
Do you know, we've known each other for years and years,
Yes.
right? We've never done a show together.
I don't know how we've avoided it.
Nicely put, Janet Clare. Nicely put.
Well, we always have fun in the green room when we chat at the Festival of Quilts. I'm sure we're going to have a lovely time.
We do,
on there
we
as
do.
well.
I remember meeting you at Festival of Quilts. It's got to be more than 10 years ago.
You know my pinny.
I
You
was just
recognise me
drawn.
by the pinny.
I was drawn to your designs. I remember
Thank
it
you.
wasn't just the pinny, but yeah, and just lovely. And I remember we chatted. I remember the chat, and but now, of course, it's wonderful to have you on set. We've got a great 2 hours together,
2 hours.
an hour now and an hour later. So let's get cracking. Thanks for being here. All right, sewing legend Janet Clare. I can never just say Janet.
No one ever says Janet. It's Janet Clare.
It's adorable. I love it. Right. Main focus of today, we've got two beautiful quilts. Now, my friend Hilary adores you. She buys a lot of Janet Clare. My friend Hilary has already made this quilt, which is called On the Wing. Lots of you have already spotted this on the website and you've already bought your kit or your pattern. It is log cabin style.
Log cabin style, very wonky log cabin.
Love it.
And free applique, but it's a really simple fun sew.
It's so elegant though, Janet.
Thank
It's
you.
really elegant. It's a little bit arty as well.
It is. You can really be creative with it because you're making decisions about how you use the fabric and how they play off against each other. And then I laid out the blocks that they've got a lot of movement to them.
For sure, absolutely, yeah. It's in the piecing, it's in the fabrics, it's in the appliques. So this is not one that you're going to follow a diagram of I must place this bird here, it has to point this way exactly, right?
You can do whatever you like. So in the pattern,
Perfect.
there are the identical images and the instructions of where to put the fabric that I have actually done. But as Stuart said, just go for it, make it your own. I mean, you've got a jelly roll, you've got background fabric, and you've got applique fabric, and you can really just personalise it.
It really is fantastic. So yeah, exactly. Repeat it exactly, or kind of do your own thing. Now then, let me show you first of all. We'll start off with the kit. Now this quilt, Janet, size-wise?
It's 50 by 50.
Inches, that is, of
50
course.
by 50 inches, and you could probably squeeze a bit out of a bit extra, but not enough to make a whole row. And all the fabric is there to make the whole top, so the binding is included as well.
It's fabulous. I mean, that's a great wall hanging or throw size, but I am thinking, Janet, if you bought an extra jelly roll, if you wanted to make a double or a queen,
You could.
You could keep
You
going.
really could keep going.
So here's the kit. It's on screen, $99.99. That's a fantastic price. That is a fantastic price. Well, first of all, I'm gonna nothing to do with the kit, really, nothing to do with the quilt, but I'm completely in love with the Janet Clare bag that you get your kit in. Hello, hello. This one is for me.
Well,
Adorable.
we're trying to reduce plastic.
Good.
And the bag is lovely and it's very useful, and if you haven't, if you're like us, you've got more than one project on the go, it's nice to tidy things away.
Oh, Janet, who's got more than one project on the go? What are you talking?
It's never me. But yeah, trying to be really useful, and also if you were gifting the quilt, then you've got something to put it in.
Gorgeous idea. Yeah, absolutely. So you get your I'm mentioning that first because that's the first thing. It's like, oh, that's lovely. Right, you've got your full pattern on the wing from Janet. Of course, full-size templates, exact placement instructions. So if you want to faithfully reproduce every aspect of this quilt, every fabric position, the whole shebang, you can. You absolutely can. But also know that you have got enough fabric in your kit to really play around with the layout of the fabrics, the colours, the placement, and of course you can twist and turn those birds any which way you like. So full instructions, then deliciousness here, a full jelly roll.
Jelly roll.
And you're a designer for Moda fabrics.
I do design for Moda. So I do 2 collections a year, and this is the latest one. So it was, I think, the last time I was here, it was brand new out. So this is still very, very new.
It's so wonderful to see projects made with fabrics though, isn't it? To see how they work together. But I mean, really prestigious. You've always been a Moda fabric designer, right?
I have, and that was just luck. I did some drawings.
Wasn't luck, Janet?
It was
Stop
luck.
it.
I pushed. You have to make things happen, don't you?
You do.
But I did some drawings and I wrote a list of fabric companies that I thought daydream. It would be lovely to have some fabric, and I thought I'm going to send them from the top. The top one's going to reject me, and then I just go all the way down and draw again, and Moda said yes.
And they were at the top.
They were at the top.
Nice one.
I said yes.
Nice one. And you've been working with them ever since?
For about 12-13 years now, and they're a really delightful company, and they want me to draw what I want to be on the fabric.
Beautiful.
So they don't give you colour predictions, they don't tell you, oh, it's flamingos this season. They really want you to have your own unique voice.
So you stay true to your vision?
I do.
Beautiful.
And I have to, yes, that's a skill on its own, actually, not to get distracted by all the beautifulness that's all around you. You have to do your
But what's
thing.
nice to know as well is your fabric collections. Well, if you've bought previous Janet Clare collections, then your current collections will work, won't they? You can mix and match. You can draw if you've got scraps, if you've got little leftovers here.
Yeah.
If you've
We
got that
don't like
hero
waste.
wall.
We don't like waste.
No, we don't like waste.
It's far too much goes into the production of the cloth, and the cloth is around for forever. So you just top up and then maybe freshen up with a jelly roll or something, and you can use all your bits and bobs and make something that's really unique as well, that makes it very special.
Absolutely gorgeous. Now, you're also getting within your kit your background fabric for your appliques. How much of this do we get, Janet?
Now you're asking me.
Oh,
Shall I read
sorry.
the
Yes,
instructions?
please.
You've got 1¼ yards.
1¼
1¼
yards.
yards.
Fantastic.
It's a
So
pop
this is
quiz.
all of your applique backgrounds. And then you're also getting this fabric right here, binding.
Binding. And for your applique, so you're going to applique your gulls. from that
Perfect.
As well.
Gulls
so you've got
binding.
Plenty.
So everything for the top, including the binding.
Yes.
And when I say everything, I really do mean everything, because Janet also, and you rarely get this, you've got your pack of Bondaweb included in the kit. So for $99.99, you're getting all of the fabrics for your top, full jelly roll, your Bondaweb, your binding fabric, your applique fabric, and a gorgeous, very special Janet Clare calico bag to keep everything in while you're working on it and beyond. Absolutely beautiful. I'm thinking as well, I'd have to make a little companion cushion or two.
I know. I find myself doing that, and that often I should be making something else, but you're thinking, oh, I can't leave these scraps here. I
Right,
need to
exactly.
make something that goes with. So we tend to do the mass with at least 10% extra, so you definitely have got bits. And I always say, if you make a mistake, don't panic. You can just sew fabric back together again.
It's a really good point.
Again. The fabric is all still there.
It's patchwork.
Yeah,
It's patchwork.
it's all still there. Sew it together again, and you're good.
There you go. You heard it from Janet Clare. It's not just me saying it. All right. Now, if you would like the instructions on their own for On the Wing, we've absolutely got you covered. You can buy the pattern on its own. We'll pop the details on screen. It's $9.99. That's a great price too.
Thank you.
Great value as well, because full instructions. And look at all this colour photography that you get. Absolutely beautiful. So you can see exactly Janet's process.
Like we were talking earlier about coming from a teaching background, and I think that's how we try and write the patterns, and we try and explain the steps that need an explanation. Often a photograph or diagram is the best way to show how
Agreed.
to do things, because you are sitting on your own in your room, you know, maybe in the evenings, and sometimes a little photograph you just think, now I know. Now I know.
Absolutely.
But all the patterns have been through the graphic designer, so they're hopefully really well laid out.
It's
And,
gorgeous. It's
thank
beautiful.
you.
It's
Thank
beautiful.
you.
And also I love this as well. Now you can pay a chunk of money, and it's worth every penny, to go and spend half a day or a day with Janet learning how to do free motion quilting. However, look, there's this whole box of free motion tips right here.
Top tips.
From top tips.
Top tips. The things that I've seen people trip up over.
Yeah, exactly.
And I mean, none of this is an insider secret. We've just got lots of experience in our own chosen little techniques that we love to do.
But you've condensed it
And
all into a pattern.
Yeah, pass them on.
So you can't, you know, within that, you're also getting all that know-how. It's like Janet's there with you, teaching you to do something different, that free motion applique. Love it. So that's our On the Wing quilt. Now, I just want to mention, take a slight sideways step to the sea. I've got this collection.
You've got it.
I've got
thank
it.
you.
I fell in love with it. I fell in love with it. I just love it. We've got, now let me grab. So we have got a selection of pre-cuts. Moda, I think, really did introduce the world to pre-cuts.
I think they did, because if I'm right in saying that the first building that the design department had used to be in a bakery.
Okay.
So that's where the Moda Bake
Oh,
Shop comes from.
seriously?
I think so.
Okay.
And then a jelly roll is a Swiss roll.
Yes.
So
Very
they're all
partial.
sort of cakes, and a layer cake is like a Victoria sponge. So that's where all the pre-cut names come from.
Honey bun.
Honey bun, yes, and they're all laser cut. So again, they're brilliant starting, because
Yeah.
everything is straight as straight.
Beautifully, beautifully accurate. We'll start with the jelly roll. So we've got the jelly roll, and this is to the sea right here. So I have an open one. Absolutely beautiful. Would you like to see this from overhead, or would you like just from here? I can show, yeah. Do you mind if I come and shuffle over with you?
Of course you can.
Thank you.
Come and shuffle over.
Thank you. I'll get a little bit cosy. So I'm just going to unpack. I feel like I need to be really kind to this now, you know, and treat it gently.
Treat it with, just play.
Rough it up.
There's something lovely about undoing the pre-cuts.
Gosh,
There's
really
a really lovely weight to them. They're very satisfying.
It is. It's delicious. Look at this. So this is To the Sea. Janet, while I'm just sort of leafing through the loveliness, just sort of talk to me, what's behind this range?
So I grew up near Dover, so I absolutely love the seaside, and we go when it is cold and windy. We don't go in tourist season. This is actually Morse code. That's the Morse code alphabet.
Love that. Isn't that clever?
I always do drawings, ink drawings, monoprinting, and I often draw from life. So I have got a collection of little shells. And I just start scrapbooking and playing. This is a little rope, like a little rope.
Oh, beautiful.
Twist.
Yeah. Love that.
Thank you. Really, really nice. So these were much bigger, and we changed the scale. So you have to think about the scale, how people would use the
Oh, you can really see the rope
print.
in this, can't you? Mm-hmm. That's gorgeous.
Yeah. And then I liked, as you said earlier, I like to keep to that indigo and cream colour palette, and then add in a bit of a sand or shades of blue.
Well, this sand is what really drew me in, because it's that lovely warmth.
It's really warm. I do spend a lot of time, because they're in America. Sometimes my colours seem quite like a shade. They've often got, when I'm mixing the paint, I often put some black in it to, you know, sort of brighten them down from the primary. So I often have to get them to mute the colour palette so it's exactly how I imagined it to be. But these, you can see my ink, where the ink's laid on the girls there.
It's wonderful. It's
I
just
have
beautiful.
so much fun, and I send them original drawings, and then they translate them and bring them up into a repeat, and they are screen printed in Japan. And that is partly why the fabric is only made once. So when it's gone, because the screens are recycled and used for other people.
I heard this actually. I heard exactly that. You know, you get one shot, and once the fabric's gone, it really is gone.
It's genuinely gone.
Because they recycle the screens.
Yep.
They physically can't print them again.
They physically can't do. They've got a schedule. The mill runs 24/7. They've got a schedule. Everyone's slotted in, and yeah, it's gone. So whatever the shops order from the reps is what's made, and then that's it.
Then that's it.
it.
So let me just show you the 10-inch layer cake.
Okay.
Just gorgeous. So same designs again.
Yeah, and the beautiful thing about buying the pre-cuts is that you actually get the entire collection as I've designed it.
Yeah. And that's important,
so you've got
isn't
a
it?
balance, and it all works together, and the proportions are right. So if you were making on the wing with your scraps, I would think carefully about the proportion of the colours. I mean, you can make it however you want. You can make it all red, but if you look at the proportions, and then you'll get the same sort of effect of it flowing in and out. And my planes aren't plain either.
No, I love that.
Thank you, because I handed in a watercolour sheet with the indigo on it.
So I've got to tell you, Janet, that this is actually going in my new book that I'm writing at the moment. This is going in the first project chapter.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for
no,
designing
that's
gorgeous
lovely.
fabric.
That's very exciting.
You know, when fabric just speaks to you and you think, perfect. Yes, that. Yes. Easy.
It is lovely. Honestly, I still have to pinch myself when you know, I turn in designs and they can still say no. There is no guarantee that they're going to say yes, and it's always such a pleasure to think, right, there's more fabric, there's going to be more fabric.
Morse code fabric.
The Morse code.
It's divine.
Thank you. And it is just the alphabet. So the first row is A, then it's B, then it's C.
Oh, clever.
There you
Love
go.
that. Now then, we've also got, I won't flick through all of them,
no.
but we have got that also in a 5-inch charm pack, and I just want to grab this very, very quickly because we've also got it, and we've never seen these before. We've got it in the mini charm, which is a 2.5-inch square charm pack, which is adorable. Can we just have details for that? Look, $5.99 for a little bit of Janet Clare.
They're really, really lovely. And I've got a few projects that just uses just one of those. It's a nice amount of fabric to make a little project.
Where can we find that?
Well, look in my shop.
Yeah, perfect.
Look in my shop. I'm sure it'll be on Sewing Street soon as well, once we've got enough stock of the candies in. And they're small enough to hand sew.
Yeah.
I know you can hand sew all patchwork, but if you're on holiday or you're flying and you're worried about all your bits and bobs, you know, those little candy pre-cuts are brilliant, because you can sit and hand sew, make half square triangles, quarter square triangles, and they are done and very manageable with that massive, great big fabric to subdivide.
Yeah, absolutely gorgeous.
Pre-cuts are, I mean, that's Lissa, head of design marketing. She's an absolute genius.
That Lissa Alexander?
Lissa Alexander.
Yeah, fabulous.
You'll have met her as well, won't you?
I have. Now, so that is to the sea, and we've also looked at all the pre-cuts. Now, one more quilt. It's been hanging about. It's absolutely stunning. When I walked in, it was hung. I'd seen pictures, but actually to see the real quilt, amazing.
Quilt.
This is called Top of the Morning. Janet's modelling in front. There we go.
So you, always when you look at a quilt, you think, how do you start constructing
right?
Because you were talking about, you know, partials. Have I got partials? It's not. It's half square triangles and a column of fabric. So this could be your very first quilt, don't you think, Stuart?
I do.
You master a half square triangle. You have to be careful with your fabric placement, but again, that's another really useful skill to get embedded.
Yeah.
Because every quilt hangs on how you've placed the fabric and how you work with the contrast.
Absolutely right.
Really simple make.
Absolutely
really
right.
Simple make.
But an absolutely delicious selection of fabrics. So, of course, that gorgeous calico bag with everything inside it. You're getting your full pattern. You're also getting all of your fabrics. Now, let me show you these. Now, these are all from Astra?
They're all from Astra. So the fabric, the quilt that's on the back, that's hanging behind us, is actually in different fabric. But I've recreated this as closely as I possibly could.
You absolutely get that.
And this is Astra. Now, I designed Astra in one of the early lockdowns, and we were watching the SpaceX mission live, and we had lots and lots of time to do things that we wouldn't normally make time for, like stargazing and looking. That's little satellites. They're little satellites. And how I got the orange in here is that I draw with indigo ink. And when you throw bleach on indigo ink, you get that orange.
Oh, serious? Is that where it comes from?
So that's how that came from. And I had lovely time in lockdown distracting myself by throwing ink around and doodling and creating, thinking about the heavens and how constant they are, and that everything's going to work out just fine.
Yeah. Look to the stars.
Look to the stars. Calming presence, slowing down, savouring the moment.
Yeah.
And actually being outside at night. It's actually quite unusual to be outside at night. You're usually just bustling to get somewhere or getting in.
You're right.
And there was much more sort of open air cinema and just being more comfortable to be out in the dark.
Just being more present.
Gorgeous, more present.
And more aware of our surroundings. I think that's really true. Friends of ours pointed out that you can watch satellites going around and going over the sky, and we'd never noticed that before. And now we can't stop seeing them. It's so cool, and it's just that moment, isn't it, that draws you in. It's a really beautiful, elegant quilt. It has a modernity, it has a calmness and a stillness to this quilt. It is really elegant. And I think too, if maybe you've got people in your family who, I don't like quilts. They're a bit old-fashioned, aren't they? They're a bit fuddy-duddy, a bit fussy. This has got those sort of clean, modern lines, a clean, smart palette to it as well, restful palette. I think this would be, do you mind me saying, an easy sell if you like to perhaps your relative. If you want to make a quilt for somebody who's always said, "No, you're all right, thanks," I think they would jump at this one.
I think you're spot on, and I've got teenage boys. And I don't think that's
Do you
a male
do you need a
quilt at
hug?
all. But yeah, I'm recovering. They don't like anything with ditzy florals on, even
Right.
a little polka dot they think was too fussy. These are the sorts of quilts that they actually like.
Yeah.
So they can see that and think, yeah, that's fun, but I don't want it.
Right.
And I made both of my boys before they went away. I just made them zigzag quilts.
Right.
Joe's got a Delectable Mountain, Henry's got a string quilt. They want graphic, simple, and that play of tones. And I don't think you're going to get fed up with it. I try to make
Totally
things
agree.
that you're going to be, they're a
Timeless.
classic. Sometimes you want to make something in the trendy colour with something fun, but I always come back to the, it's going to be here forever. What am I going to love forever?
Stands the test of time.
It does.
I can imagine that quilt in so many different colour combinations, fabric combinations, so you might want to get the pattern on its own. Let me give you the details of that. I've got the pattern right here in front of me. It's called Top of the Morning.
Top of the morning.
And to you too. By Janet Clare.
I do
Where
love
did that
naming
name come from?
You've got to call things something, haven't you?
True.
And it's just fun. Don't you like to have a bit of fun when you're naming your things?
Absolutely.
We name the colours. We're allowed to put a quote on the selvage.
I love that you do that.
It's just, honestly,
I love that you
we
do that.
have a lot of fun. The heavens stretch out above us. And the selvage, I'll show you overhead. I'll try and keep it still enough for you to see. The heavens stretch out above us. These are little flying saucers that Joseph drew years
Joseph's
and years ago.
your son.
Yeah, he's 21 now. I found these in a little notebook a long time ago. So I asked Moda for the colour registration dots could be in flying saucers, and they said yes. And each one of those dots, I'm sure you know, is not only just a colour, but it's how many screens it took to make that piece of fabric.
Which really puts into perspective,
Yeah.
why beautiful quality fabrics are the price that they are. I mean, we're used to the price that fabrics are, but it reminds us that actually there are still lots of processes to make something beautiful.
Really beautiful, and they take the time. And what I love about Moda is that would be almost identical to the drawing that I sent them, and they haven't watered it down or cut any corners and thought, well, you're not having orange,
Right.
you're only having one grey. They've tried to replicate it as best they can. You get a really interesting cloth, and when you make a big quilt, you see the striking effect. When you're snuggled under it, you start picking out all the little details that are there.
You do. It's just gorgeous. I love it. All right, so haven't we already seen some beautiful things from Janet? But I think it's important to get sewing. Janet,
Shall we get sewing?
Let's get
Shall
sewing.
we? So I'm going to start with top of the no, I'm not going to start with on the wing. I'm going to start with on the wing. And you've got your lovely jelly rolls. And all I've done to create the little fine logs that go around the log cabin is I've subdivided the jelly roll. So you're just yours are going to be beautifully pressed and unharassed. You just have opened your jelly roll. Mine has been knocking around for quite a bit. I'm just going to fold it in, and then you're going to subdivide that. That's all in the pattern.
Straight down the middle.
Not straight down the middle. I've done a 1.5
pattern.
and a 1. Follow
Gotcha.
the pattern. There you go. So you're going to do that. You can cut them all ahead of time if you want, but I tend to find that a bit boring. It's quick. So when you're, I know you sew to deadlines as well. It's the quickest way. You do all your cutting, you do all your chain piecing, you do all your ironing, and it's the quickest way. Don't think it's the most fun.
Right, enjoy the process.
Just enjoy the process. So just cut some jelly rolls and make a couple of blocks. So you're going to end up with lots of little strips like this. So each jelly roll will give you 2 strips. So here's the girls. 1 fat and 1 thin. 1 fat and 1 thin. And then what I would tend to do is I would put them in colour piles. So I put all my darks together, all my mid blues together, my whites, etc., etc. And then they are sitting there ready for you when you want to sew them. Okay, so we can do that. Now you need to have your background fabric, so your squares here. And what you can do is do your free motion and applique on this first, and then it's done.
Is that what would you recommend that? Get that done first?
I forget what I said exactly in the photo, in the pattern. It's all there. I think I've put the log cabins in first. But if you wanted to just do one block at a time so that you're really slow and steady, then you're absolutely fine to do that. And all I've done is traced my gull. I'm going to do the applique first.
Lovely.
Shall I put the iron on?
Yeah, I can do that for you.
Thank you.
Oh, it's on. We're all ready.
Oh, it's on. Ooh.
Yeah, we're all ready. We're all
We're
nice
all ready
and hot.
to go. And I'm not going to iron on that lovely cutting mat.
Oh, I've got a beautiful wool pressing mat for you.
You have got a wool pressing mat for me.
I've got it right for you.
Go.
We're spoiling
I've got
you. You're Janet Clare.
I'm
Come on.
Janet Clare, honestly. I'm starting to feel like Janet Clare now. That alarm goes off early on a TV morning,
It
doesn't
does. It
and
does.
it's dark now.
I know.
A little hint of crunchy sort of condensation on the windscreens as well. Never mind, it's lovely to be here.
What's your favourite season?
I love the winter, I love the autumn. My least favourite is the summer. I don't do well in the summer, I don't like it. So I prefer a bit of a fresher. Do you know what I really don't like is a still day. I like a bit of a breeze.
Right, yeah, I like that.
Yeah, I like a bit of a breeze.
Good.
But you know, you've got to find the best in everything, haven't
You
you?
really do.
You've got to find it. So I'm going to make the top left block, which has got one gull. I've just taken my bond web, pen or a biro, pencil, trace your gulls. Again, this is perfect in front of the TV. You can trace all your gulls at the same time. Be as efficient or inefficient as you like. And then you're going to iron that to the reverse of your fabric. And we're using this, the little rope, which you use for the binding. And then you're going to cut them out on your drawn line, and then we've got to remove this paper so that the bond web works as double-sided sticky tape for fabric. So we've got the fabric here, we've got a lovely crisp gull cut out, but we've still got a paper side stuck to this gull here. And all you're going to do is peel it off. Now, if you peel from the outside edge of the gull, you're going to get some fraying. So what I suggest you do is you fold it over your finger, you're just going to score it lightly, and then hopefully it will all peel off. Oh, it's very satisfying. It all peels off. It's very subtle difference between the glue side and the non-glue side.
Catherine's asked a good question. She's in South Yorkshire. Hi both.
Hello.
I'd really like to try the On the Wing quilt, but I wonder if I could manage it, as I've never done a big quilt, just blocks, runners, etc.
Oh, absolutely. And actually, in terms of quilts, this is quite small. It's 50 by 50. And what you could do, you could still make table runner. Set in your head, right, I'm just going to make the top 5 blocks. And if you're loving it, make the next 5 and keep them all separate until you're ready to sew them all together. And really just play with it. What's actually on the wall is just a flimsy. I haven't quilted it. So what you might find is that you're happy with it just being a flimsy.
Right.
And maybe you could just have it as a table covering or put it on like a fleecy blanket or something.
You could just back it and turn it through, couldn't you? Bag it out.
Yep. Back it out and do a little bit of hand tying or a little bit of machine sewing. It doesn't have to be a quilt, but it's totally doable as your first quilt.
It is, isn't it? If you think about it, Catherine, when you come to quilt this, you're only going to have to get half of this into your sewing machine. So you're only actually going to have to get 25 inches of quilt all pushed up into your sewing machine. So even the smallest sewing machine throat space would do it.
You will do it.
Yeah?
You absolutely will.
Take your time, slow and steady, and turning a quilt 50 inches square, not a big job. Have faith, you've already got the skills.
Absolutely. I think the quilting does put people off. It's quite daunting, isn't it? And
it's a different
having
hobby.
The space to, it is. It's a different skill, and that's why I pay for it to be done. Because to do a really, really good job on something enormous with the amount of quilts we have to make, you know, it's not manageable.
No.
But if you're making 1, 2, 4 a year, whatever, you can totally do it.
So you have your quilts long armed.
I do.
And of course, Catherine, that's also an option for you too.
Option.
If you want to, you can pay someone else to quilt your quilt for you if it's too big. And then you can enjoy quilting your table runners.
And they layer it up for you, and you choose the pantograph, which is the computerized pattern, and it comes back all done, and it's all trimmed, it's all square, and then you're ready to put the binding on, which is lovely.
Fabulous.
Okay, so now I have put my girl where I want him, and all I've done, because this is this background fabric, I've just made him sort of sit nicely on the boats. And you can see exactly which one I'm making. Here he is, row 1. There you go. He's there. And then I'm just going to press him in place using this super exciting iron. Oh, so exciting. There, just press it in place. Now from there, the wonderful thing about your bond web is that he is completely fused now. So if you are a big fan, I keep wanting to put it up like that. I don't have to, do I?
No, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to grab another little board.
Another board.
Just to put it on, just to protect the work surface.
There you go.
Here we go.
There you go. So he is completely fused now. So it's up to you what you do. If you are a big lover of quilting and you know the quilt's not going to go in the washing machine constantly, you could just leave him there and wait until you're quilting and just quilt over him with your pattern. Or you could do some hand stitching, you could do satin stitch on your machine, or you could do some free motion.
Yeah,
It's
hand blanket
entirely
stitch
up
would
to
be
you.
nice, wouldn't it?
Absolutely.
Do you want me
gorgeous.
to put the darning foot on? Are you going to do?
So I'm going to put a couple of logs on with the straight stitch. Thank you very much. And I will get to some free motion maybe in the next hour.
Lovely.
So I'm coming back.
You are coming
back.
We've got you for 2 lovely hours.
It's so nice.
It is, it's wonderful.
It's so nice.
And Christmas with Janet Clare.
I know. I do like Christmas, but I can't cope with it in June or July.
No, right. But I'm ready for it now, aren't you? I'm ready to
I know
make
if
things.
people make everything, and if you wanted to quilt, then absolutely start in June and July. But I am so ready to get stuck in and make some lovely things now. And again, I like things to come out year after year.
Yeah, me
so
too.
I don't mind investing in time to
No.
make something that you know is going to come out.
That's it.
Again and again.
And your
again.
collection expands over the years,
Over the
but
years.
everything comes out.
Yes.
And then it's lovely, isn't it? You think, oh, do you remember when I made this? That was what,
know.
20 years ago?
I've got a little set of bookshelves in the hallway, and you think, right, so that I'm going to make a little tableau for that, and then I'm going to do something for the table. And
Gorgeous.
It's just very, very nice. Okay, so now we are ready. So pretend you've done your sewing, you've done whatever. I'm going to take one of my logs, I'm going to put it pretty sides together. And then all you're going to do is sew that with a 1/4 inch seam.
So you don't pre-trim your fabric, leave the
I
ends
knew you
dangling.
were going to ask that. Now, I am a designer. I'm not very technical. I don't sew. I don't care if my points match, I'm afraid to say. So, if you
I hope someone's recording this.
If you were following this and you were being taught by somebody properly, they would have you, and it's in the book, don't worry, you cut your log to the length that you need, and then you make it fit no matter what, and then you've got everything nice and square. I just sew it on and cut it off.
Yeah, fair enough, it works.
Don't worry. My blocks might be wonky, I don't care.
Cool.
And also you can trim everything up. The correct way to do it is to measure your logs, sew them, make them fit, and then everything stays true and it's all good.
But this also works.
This works just fine,
This
particularly
just
when you're on
works.
live TV. It's
yeah.
absolutely fine. So we are going to, I knew you were going to ask me that because I'm so naughty with my
No.
sewing.
Do you know, it absolutely wasn't, I wasn't sort of,
I know
it
you
wasn't
weren't
a
trying to trip me
criticism.
up, but that is the correct way.
Yeah, no, but
Yeah.
I mean that is a really, really familiar way to me of doing log cabbage. Sew it, and then you use your ruler, square
Just
off the
square
end.
it off. You do want to square off the end, and you do want to pay attention to that seam allowance. You want it to be consistent. And what you've got to do, we're not doing this to save time. You're not doing it because for any other reason than you love it. You want to enjoy what you're doing.
Yeah.
So if you like being really accurate and that gives you pleasure, then you do that. I'm quite happy for things to be a bit on the wonky side.
But also as well, like you said, you make your block and then at the end of it, measure it.
Yes.
If it's slightly over, you can trim
you
the
can
sides
trim it
down.
down.
These logs are not all the same width.
You can, exactly
and
that.
if it came out a bit small, could you add another row and then trim it down?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so we're always going to
Absolutely.
get a finished block that's the perfect
You're
size.
going to get absolutely fine.
Great.
Right, the other point of difference we might have here, Stuart, do you press open or press to the dark side?
Do you know what? I've always done pressing one way or the other, but for the last 6-7 months, most of them I've been pressing seams open.
I press
and it's
open.
working really nicely.
I press open.
Yeah.
I get a lot of emails from people who have got themselves in a bit of a muddle with a more complicated quilt, and they've got out of order with whether they're flipping right and left, and they've got this big bulky seam, and the best way to avoid it is to have the pressed open. It doesn't work for everything.
No.
But for something like this, I will press open.
Yeah.
And then it is done. And then, as Stuart says, I've made a right mess here. We can square this up.
Brilliant.
So that's all pressed. So you can see how easy it is. Even when you're chattering away and not paying much attention, you can keep everything square and true up. And then the next thing you're going to do is choose your next log. And then, hold on, these are very dangerous. You have to treat these with the utmost respect. She says, not cutting that even.
Just rotary cutters generally, they are, aren't
so
they?
dangerous.
Yeah.
They are scalpels on wheels. Treat them with the utmost respect. Okay, so that's that done. And then the next one you're going to do is going to put something across here. And if I'm following exactly, I've got a pale one, so I'm just going to choose something pale. And I'm going to do exactly the same. And I've got thin logs, so I've chosen 2 thin logs, pretty sides together. Now here, I would have, you could sew it like this. So it's going to come under the machine like this. You could sew it like that, but I want to see what's happening with that seam there. You've got all those bits of fabric. So I would actually go from this end.
Ah, yeah.
Keep the most complicated seam uppermost, and then you can see what's happening. Particularly when you've got them open, you don't want to start sort of pulling these down, because then it doesn't sit as flat.
It's that sort of, I want you where I can see you.
Where I can see
Gotcha.
you. And you can pin this, and I'm not going to. So there you go. So this is how you make on the wing. That's
Beautiful.
it. So if you're a beginner, don't you think you should start by making something you actually want to own and sort of learn what you need to learn as you're going along?
I do really. It's that sort of, I understand why, but it's one of the things I object to sort of like how kids are taught. You know, it's that woodwork apron thing.
Yes.
And it's like,
yeah.
Or I remember like the girls, because the boys certainly weren't encouraged to sew when I was at school.
No.
You know, the girls, you know, it was this hideously outdated, unfashionable A-line skirt.
Yeah.
It was
Nobody
not,
wanted to make.
No one wanted to wear it.
No one wanted any part of it
So what-
whatsoever.
Yeah.
I know. And I do think that they're not particularly hard. There's nothing particularly hard about any sewing.
No.
A lot of it is how time consuming it is, and how accurate, how much attention you need to pay to things is often the difference, isn't it, between the projects. But this is so simple.
You know, I realised it was about, I don't know, maybe 7 or 8 years ago, that having made quilts for, I don't know, 20 plus years, I'd never made a log cabin quilt. Never.
Just think,
And I
don't
thought,
you?
how remiss of me.
How remiss.
So
You
if
do
you've never
have a
made
little
log
wish
cabin,
list.
this is log cabin.
Yeah, this is log cabin. You do have a little wish list of quilts, like lots of people have Tree of Paradise, Mariner's Compass.
Double wedding ring.
Double wedding ring. I haven't made one of those. Not a fan of Y seams, I have to say.
Okay, yeah.
But I do like hand sewing, so I think maybe with templates, and I just make it really old school.
Lovely, yeah. Nothing wrong with that, is there?
No, and I love tumbling blocks. What else have I got? Curves. I have started playing with some designing with curves.
Lovely, yeah.
But these classics, they're classics for a reason. See, look at that.
They really are.
And you can square this up. So if you do want to square it up, just keep squaring up, getting yourself back to true. But literally, that's all you're going to do.
Fabulous.
Choose your next log, chunk it wider log next time.
Now, I know you were talking earlier on, you wanted to show us a little bit from Top of the Morning.
Yes, I will show you some Top of the
Because
Morning.
lots of people are asking for a little demo
Where's
of
our
that.
time going?
I know, it does fly.
It absolutely flies. So Top of the Morning is even easier, although
Gorgeous.
it's a much bigger quilt.
How big is that?
Top of the Morning is 69 by 75 inches. Of course, if you make it bigger, you're going to have to be very, very careful with your fabric. But you can make things smaller. You can easily make things smaller. So just have a play, because really it's up to you what you do with all of these things.
I do sometimes do that and suggest it with some of the kits that we have, that you could make like a smaller wall hanging, couple of cushions and a bed runner instead of the massive quilt. You know, because it doesn't necessarily fit your bed or your room or something like that.
Exactly.
But I mean, you love it, so you can still make it work.
You can still make it work. You've still got fabric. And can you have too many quilts?
No, especially not this winter. Now, half square triangles, there's a gazillion ways of making these. What's your method?
I think I'm making them 2 at a time with this, just because you've got to be so careful about how many you make in each section. You can make them so many different ways. You are going to cut the full width of your fabric into the strips so that you're ready for those long sections. And then all you're going to do to make your Top of the Morning is you are going to, let's do it on the mat so you can see. You see I've got some half square triangles already made. You're just going to run them down like that. It looks so much more complicated than it actually is. Can you see how it starts to build already? Yeah. So all we're going to do, half square triangles, you get 2 squares. You're going to put them pretty sized together. Now what you want to do with this directional fabric, you might think, actually I want them running that way, or do I want them running the other way? Put them pretty sized together. So when you sew on that diagonal line, you can you see the directional fabric, they're all running that way? Or you could turn them and they could be running into, can you see you can really start playing with adding a bit more movement into things, or you can just go any which way. Pippa, who makes quilts for me, she's always precise. If one of those stripes gone that way in one block, it's consistent all the way through the quilt.
I was just looking actually, and I can see that on your quilt. I'm a bit sort of, you know, this way, that way. It's all adding movement.
Yes, it's all adding movement. I just want to enjoy it, and also it's midnight and this quilt's got to be ready tomorrow morning. We're a bit quick. So you're just going to draw your diagonal line, and you're going to stitch 1/4 of an inch either side, and then you're going to cut on that drawn line again, and you will miraculously have made 2 half square triangles. I never ever ever get tired of a half square triangle.
Me neither.
I'm being so cautious with the rotary cutter that I'm not pressing hard enough.
Fair enough.
Live TV, all that. Should never really take live TV for granted, I don't think. Just treat it with the utmost respect.
For sure, absolutely. Absolutely.
People watching. So there you go, you've got 2 half square triangles. So easy for beginners.
Pressing wise, do you go open with these as well?
I do. Yeah? Yes, I do. I'm going to press open, and then what you're going to do is you're going to trim these to size. I always make them oversized. Do you?
Oh.
I always make them oversized.
Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. You know, the one thing I keep saying is there isn't one method for anything.
No.
Actually, I've got about 3 or 4 different methods I use for half square triangle. Depends what I'm making.
What you're making and how accurate how many. Yeah, because you can make them 8 at a time, can't you?
Yeah.
I like 8 at a time because you don't have the bias edges on the outside. But you can make them 4 at a time, you make them 2 at a time, you can make them 1 at a time.
I often do, you see, because I love scrap quilting, so I'll cut out individual triangles and then sew them together. And I used to think that was like, oh, why on earth would you? But there are reasons why. It's actually, it's lovely.
Absolutely.
It's not difficult. We often talk about handling bias edges, but I mean, as long as you're not throwing them around and playing with them with the dog, they'll be fine.
They'll be absolutely fine.
Yeah, they're not trying to trip you up. They don't stretch deliberately.
No. And also, you can You could starch your fabric first.
Yeah, of course.
You could even do that.
But you know those scraps where you could only get a triangle out of?
Yes.
And like in the past I've rejected it because I can't cut a square. But of course if you can cut a triangle then you can make something.
You can make something. This is the trouble, particularly when you do a plique. I will look at, I mean that's too small, but you will look at the tiniest little scrap of that and think, oh, I'll get a bird's wing out of that.
Exactly.
You end up keeping every little thing.
Well, inch for inch you paid the same, didn't you?
You have, and you just need to, just respect everything really. Just don't knowingly waste. So I'm just trimming this down. So I've made these bigger and I'm trimming down. And again, if you just get into the flow, get some nice music on, whatever.
Oh, I've got to ask now,
just,
Janet, music-wise, come on, what do you listen to?
I listen to a bit of everything. I had my my music on shuffle on the way up, and it's a 2-hour drive. I went from everything from Coldplay, Adele. I had a classical piece.
Nice.
I had something from a film soundtrack. I love a bit of everything.
Great.
Love it.
Yeah.
I don't really listen to heavy metal, sort of punk rock, that techno.
Now that's
drum and
ruined
bass.
it for me,
Don't
Janet.
Really do all
Janet Clare doesn't listen to drum and bass. I mean, who knew?
I know, who knew? You
Can
could
we just
probably
have that
guess.
lovely message up? I want to read that out, please. Bring it back. Come on. Morning, Stuart and Janet. Really enjoying your genuine love of sewing and friendship. Thank you, Paula in Deepcar.
Oh, we have such a tough day at work, don't we? We work so hard, darling.
I said earlier on to the guys in the gallery, I never have a worst day, but it was something, my worst day here is always better than my best day
Anywhere
in
else.
any other job.
Anywhere else.
It's the truth. It's the truth.
I know. I spent all week prepping to come here, and people are literally running around doing very boring things with spreadsheets, and I'm like,
Yeah. I made a polar bear.
I made a polar bear.
Now, can I ask you, I want a little
Yes.
top tip from you
Come
here.
on then.
Because when you put this together, you've got your centre bar.
Yes.
And then you've got triangles on either side. And I want really nice matching across. I don't want them to get wonky.
Yeah.
Any top tips, anything I can
I
do?
think you're going to have to do some measuring and keep them on track, aren't you? You're going to have to, you could measure down and do little marks. Even if you're dressmaking, you do a little snip, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
But you probably wouldn't here because you've only got a 1/4 inch seam allowance, but you could do a little mark where you know that point has to end. And also, I don't know whether Pippa did with this, but what I would do is I'd probably stitch one row that way and then the other row up, and I think that stops it
keep it all
twisting
balanced.
as well.
Yeah. You could pop a ruler, your rotary ruler across, couldn't you? Just make sure everything's
leveled up. I think you do very careful pinning. I don't think it would be a disaster if it doesn't match, but you would end up with, you would lose some of the effect, but the colour play would definitely work. But yes, that's a good, you definitely want these to be aligned in each of those colours. And you're literally, it's so simple to make, but you've got to be really careful with your fabric placement.
And it passed the boys' approval too.
Yeah, I know, which is just incredible.
Well, there is a quilt for everybody though, isn't there?
There is a quilt for everybody.
It just, you might have to step outside your comfort zone, or just go with another designer's expertise. It's like On the Wing, it's taking Log Cabin, which is a classic, but then it combined for me with the different sizes of logs, makes it something more special, it gives that eclecticism.
Yes.
And then also mixing up lights, mediums and darks, because some of us can be in a very rigid mindset with a log cabin. Yes. It's lights on this side, it's darks on this side, and that's it.
Yes.
And it isn't. And then it's playing with that centre square, so it's making it bigger. And then, of course, hey, what do you do with that space? You're applique.
You're applique in
Gorgeous.
it. I know.
Gorgeous.
I think that's why we are still happy and designing things, and we can still come up with something unique from a log cabin block that's been around for 300 years.
Right.
Or more, who knows?
Make it look fresh.
And half square triangles, which we have done thousands of times, and yet there is, every time you sit down at your sketchbook, you and I, we can come up with something that feels new to us.
Yeah.
It's incredible.
It is. And is that your process? You draw your quilts in a sketchbook?
Everything's in a sketchbook, everything's on graph paper. I'm not good on the computer, and I find it slows me down. So I'm so quick with the sketching that I can keep up, and no one else understands it, but I understand it. With the computer, I'm so slow and clunky that I almost stop thinking. But I'm all about the design, I must say. By the time I've done the drawings and I know what the fabric I'm going to have, and I've done a few sample blocks, I don't really want to finish it all. I want to get on to the next thing. I want like something shiny over there.
I think we're all like that. We're all like that. But you've got a real, like, proper pedigree, haven't you? Because you're knitwear designer. I did knitwear design, and so I did textiles at degree level, and then when I graduated I had a knitwear agent, and it was fashion industry, and she told you what the predictions were for the threads, what the predictions were for the colours, what the themes were, and you had to design in those parameters. And that's really good training. But now I can do whatever I like, and that's complete luxury. Yeah. But you found your people, your tribe.
Found my people.
You know, though. But we love what you do. It's absolutely beautiful.
Thank you very much.
Gorgeous.
I do have. I don't know whether you've got time. I've got some scrappy blocks for Top of the Morning that I found for the people who've just got the pattern on their own, or want to make the pattern. You've used the kit fabric. These are just scraps that I had looking around with all different fabric collections. So it works. It works. It works. It works. If it works, it works.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have got the pattern on its own for both on the wing, which works brilliantly in the kit fabrics, of course, but also would work beautifully with your scraps, with a real eclectic mix of fabrics. And remember, this isn't that sort of lights on one side, darks on the other. You can mix and match your lights, your mediums, your darks throughout. You can have the appliques, you can have more, fewer, none at all, if you want.
None at all. You could, if you loved quilting, you could do beautiful sort of feathers in a bright colour there, do some gold.
Machine embroidery.
Machine embroidery, whatever you want.
Yeah. Photographs on fabric.
Photographs on fabric.
There's so much you can do, isn't there, once you start thinking like that. So details are on screen for the pattern on its own. Lots of you have gone for that. Well done if you got yours. A little bit of Janet Clare coming home to you. All those lovely tips as well. We've also got the pattern on its own for Top of the Morning, which is just gorgeous. And again, I said it before, I'll say it again, I could imagine this in so many different beautiful fabric and colour combinations.
You could really play with that. You could really play with it. Yeah, absolutely. And it's half square triangles. So even if you've got half square triangles made, I mean, you could put them into different colour palettes and let them build up, couldn't you? Yeah, there you go.
Okay, now I just wanted to mention that we have got the Astra fabrics in 5-inch charm pack as well. I hadn't mentioned that earlier on, but we have got the 5-inch charm pack in Astra. So this is the one that Janet designed during the first lockdown?
One of the first lockdowns, yeah, in the summer, because I was throwing bleach around in the back garden.
Oh, that gorgeous summer.
It was a gorgeous summer.
Do you know, maybe it was something about that, because I did my Indigo Elements collection then.
We're outside.
And that was indigo and bleach resist, printing, potato printing. I was doing all sorts.
We had time to play. You had time to play because you had your job to do, but you weren't travelling. Yeah. And so we had time to play.
So much more time to play. It was a really creative time for some of us. Yeah. Oh, Janet, it's been an ace hour.
It's been a joy, and I will get ready for my next hour.
Yay! I can't wait when Janet Clare will be bringing us Christmas. Right, we're going to go for a little break. Grab yourself a cuppa. I'm going to do the same, and I'll see you in just a few minutes.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
fan of Sewing Street, why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Surprise! Well, knock me down with a feather. Crafter's Companion is turning a sensational 17, and boy do we have a celebration for you. We are bringing the razzle dazzle and putting on the Ritz for a fabulous and very flamboyant affair, and of course you're all invited. From the 18th of October we're going to be shining the spotlight on a glittering array of spectacular new launches, some amazing offers and so many show-stopping surprises.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Hi there, welcome back to Sewing Street. Stuart Hillard here, it's lovely to have your company. This hour we're going to be looking at two fabulous brother sewing machines. I want to start by asking you a question. Do you fancy saving yourself some money today? If you've been promising yourself a sewing machine or an embroidery machine, but you want to make a little extra saving, we've got it today. I'm going to start by showing you the price of the brother sewing machine, the full price, and our price today. Now, if you went onto the Brother website to buy this machine, they make this machine, it's the Brother FS250, this is what you would pay, £799. That's the official price on Brother's website, £799. Now, if you'd come to Sewing Street yesterday to buy this sewing machine, then you would have paid this price, £399. So you would have saved £400 if you came yesterday to buy the Brother Sewing Machine from us. But today's a special day. We're taking more money off. So let me show you the price you'll pay till midnight tonight. Bear with me. Oof. I'm just going to tell you. You would pay £359. So we've saved you £40 extra. So £440 saving from the Brother price. It's a wonder Brother are even talking to us, isn't it? It's an absolutely fabulous machine. It is so versatile. It has got so much potential in it to take you from where you are right now to where you want to be and beyond, and even, you know, those sewing jobs that you didn't even know you were interested in. Trust me on this. You might start wanting to do patchwork, but before you know it, the bag making creeps in, a bit of dressmaking, let's do some curtains, let's do something, let's make some toys, let's do free motion embroidery. I've seen a Janet Clare pattern I want to make. What do I need? My Brother FS250 can do it all. Now let me talk to you about what you get with this machine, because it is phenomenal. Okay, so it's a computerized sewing machine. It has its own kind of brain, if you like. You don't need a computer to use it. It is simple, it is efficient. Brother are literally by your side as you're working. You get 250 built-in stitches. That includes all of the utility stitches you could ever shake a stick at. So your straight stitches, zigzags, blanket stitches, over edge stitching, overlocking stitches for regular fabric, weave, knit, stretch, they're all there. You've got different types of decorative embroidery, heirloom embroidery stitches. You've got a variety of satin stitch modes as well. All 250 stitches are shown on the front of your machine in this handy flip chart. You've got some stitches which have been flipped as if in a mirror. And you've also, if you look at the top of the machine right up here, you have got 3 full alphabets plus numbers, punctuation and European letters with things like cedillas, accents and so on. It's incredible. Your alphabets, by the way, you've got a solid capital, you've got a cursive capital and outline as well. Full alphabet, all the numbers and the punctuation as well. Even things like the @ symbol. So if you want to make labels for your website, for example, and sew into the bags that you make and sell, we've got you covered. It's all there on your Brother FS250. Now, included with the machine, you get your regular foot package. And this goes way beyond what you would get in a normal machine that you were going to pay £359. Remember, the price on screen is not the price you'll pay today. You're not paying £399. And you're certainly not paying the £799 that you would pay if you bought this direct from Brother. You're going to pay £50 less than that, £349. So you get all your feet that you would use for your regular sewing. So things like your zigzag foot, basically that's your utility foot. You use that for straight stitching, and I'm going to skip past straight stitch and go zipper foot. You also get things like your button sewing foot, your button hole foot, your blind stitch foot, your monogramming or embroidery stitch foot as well. So all those kind of regular feet that you would expect to get with a £700-800 machine. But then you get a whole host of extra feet, 7 extra feet, which are really geared towards dressmaking. So things like the straight stitch foot, the zipper and piping, adjustable zipper and piping foot, a gathering foot, a 5 groove pin tuck foot. You get a non-stick foot. You might have heard that referred to as a Teflon foot or a non-stick foot. So that's for sewing things like leather, PU, vinyl, oilcloth. Those kind of fabrics that feel a bit sticky or coated. They can stick to the bottom of a regular foot and you end up with a gazillion little tiny stitches that almost perforate the fabric. You put on a non-stick foot, it'll glide across the fabric just beautifully. Normally, all of these feet are things you'd have to buy extra. They may be 15, 20, 25 pounds each. Now remember, you're getting 7 of these feet thrown in with your machine. You also get an adjustable bias binding foot, which is amazing. A narrow hemmer for doing rolled hems. That is a beautiful finish on really lightweight, like organzas and silks. For you know, beautiful blouses, wedding gowns, bridesmaids dresses, really pretty children's wear too. Again, with all the regular feet that you would expect. Now then, you also get things like an extension table. I'm just wondering if we've got, yep, we've got it right here. Let me show you this. Now again, this is something now I kind of always want this included with the machine, but I mean, generally speaking, these are something we've gone out and bought as an extra, not with the FS250. So the accessory box comes off. You've got your free arm there. So if you're doing something like dressmaking or bag making, where you need to be able to put something narrow on there and stitch around, like putting a bag together or sewing the hem on jeans, well, easy, you can. While I'm there, I'm just going to show you at the back of the machine that here is your button for dropping your feed dogs for free motion quilting, embroidery, applique and darning. Okay, and then if I turn it back to the front, and then I'll show you your extension table has got 3 legs, adjustable little screw feet. So if you're working on an uneven table, my kitchen table is uneven, you can adjust each one every time you sew, just so it fits wherever you are perfectly. And then this just slides on. I'm doing it back to front, so I'm sorry if I'm making it look terribly khaki-handed. There we go. So it slides on, and now you've got your extension table. Now, I'll be honest with you, I have my extension table on my machine all the time. The only time it ever comes off is when I need the free arm. The accessory box is always sitting on the table next to me. It's usually open and full of sweeties. So that's how I work. It motivates me. But your extension table does so many great things for your sewing. It supports more weight while you're working. So if you're working on something larger, or something that could potentially drag, and you know, no one wants to be fighting with gravity when you're quilting, free motion quilting, or doing applique. This will support more of your quilt, more of your fabric, so you can concentrate on the fun stuff, and you don't feel like you're wrestling with what you're making. So that's your extension table. I will leave it on there. Now, in terms of how we use our sewing machine, really, really easy. You've got your bright LCD display there. It is numeric. So you've got, there you go, that's nice and clear. You've got 0, 0, which is a stitch. It's a straight stitch with the needle to the left. And then all you're going to do is, right here, you can add tens, you can take away tens, and then you can add units and take away units. So for example, if you want 29, the easiest thing to do is to go, 20 and then go down or up. Yeah, that's the easiest way to do it, rather than going 20 and then pressing the units 9 times. Also, when you pick your stitch, you'll be in a mode. At the moment, we're in mode 1. Do you see this little green light over here? This is our mode switch. So at the moment we're on mode 1, that's our first 100 stitches. If I press this again, watch what happens to the number 1. It becomes number 2. Now if you have a look on the chart over here, you'll see that the first 100 stitches come under mode 1. If we flip that, we go into mode 2, and now 0, 0 is a stitch, but it's a different stitch. It is this fancy scallop edged satin stitch. So now we've got another 200 stitches to play with. And then if we go mode again, we'll go to mode 3. And mode 3 is our final lot of stitches on here, which are our mirrored stitches, okay? Now, underneath the mode button, you've got your alphabet button. So if you want to start doing writing, making labels, making a quilt label, whatever you want to do, you're going to go to this one. And once we engage this, we go to alphabet number 1, alphabet number 2, alphabet number 3. So that is, alphabet number 1 is our, whoops, sorry, back to front. Alphabet 1 is our solid capitals. Alphabet 2 is our cursive, and alphabet 3 is our outline. So all you're going to do is pick. Well, if you want to combine those letters, numbers, maybe you want to write a whole name, all you're going to do is actually you're going to use the plus and minus over here on your stitch, I think it's the stitch width, and you're going to use that to put those letters and numbers into your memory. So you'll pick your first stitch, it might be S for Stuart, you'll put the numbers in using these right here. So for example, S is stitch 19. Yeah, and then you're going to add it into your sequence. Is it that one? Ah, there we go. It's this one down here. You're adding it into your sequence. Now, there's already something programmed in. So now we've got 4 things in our sequence. I don't know what the first 3 are. We'd see when we try to stitch it. But all you do to get rid of those is you can just delete them like that. So now we're back to nothing. So let's do that again. So we're going to go 19 and add that. Okay, so now we've got one thing. And then T is number 20. Ooh, there we go, and we can add that. So now we've got 2 things in our sequence. And then U is 21, and add that. And then A is 1, add that. R is 18, oops, add that. And then T is 20. Ooh, there we go. So now I've got Stuart programmed into the computer on my sewing machine. All I have to do is fabric underneath and put my foot on either the pedal, or I can use pedal free and I can just use the start stop button right here at the front. That'll stitch it once, and then if you want to stitch it again, take your foot off the pedal and put your foot back on the pedal. It'll stitch the whole sequence again while your foot's on the pedal. So if you want to do loads of labels, 30 labels, you can absolutely do that. Put all the information on the first one, up to 50 characters including spaces, and then just keep lifting the presser foot, moving on to the next bit of fabric, and you can stitch that out again. We can sew perfect buttonholes. There are 10 different buttonhole styles. You can sew eyelets, you can sew buttons on, you can sew zips, piping, you name it. Absolutely incredible. Remember, you are saving £440 on the price from Brother. Brother charged £799 for this machine. Our price £359. Absolutely fab. Will it let me do it? Will it let us do it? Can we crash that price? Yes, come on. There we go, £359. You save an extra £40, £440 less than the Brother sewing machine website. We've got top management approval to be able to do that. That's what happens when people talk to each other. You get real results. I love it. Okay, a quick tour then of the Brother FS250. One last thing, I am going to take the table off and put the accessory box back on just for a second to show you. Now this is a really fantastic extra that you get. You get a hard case. You get a hard case with your machine to keep it safe and secure, dust free. It is a hard case. I've got a £2,000 sewing machine at home which comes with a soft cover. So hard cases for sewing machines, I don't know, there was a time when they all came with them. Now it's a little bit of a sort of, you know, it's an expensive addition. Your Brother FS250 comes with a hard case as well. It's got some polystyrene in the top. Don't remove that. It's not packaging. It's all part and parcel of your hard case. It will keep your machine safe, secure. When you're not using it, to be honest with you, you'll be using it all the time. Absolutely fab machine. You get your little accessories in a bag there as well. You can do twin needle work with this machine. You get an extra spool pin. And if you're wondering how you do twin needle work, just to show you, all you're going to do is a second spool pin included in your accessories. Right here is where you wind your bobbin, but you're also going to clip that on. This becomes now space for your second reel of thread. That's going to go on there. They both go through the same threading pathway. I recommend that you thread one fully, then thread the second one fully. You're going to install a twin needle in your machine. It's 2 needles, 1 shank. You get a twin needle included with your machine, okay? Please don't try and use the automatic needle threader with a twin needle. It won't work. You're going to have to hand thread that. That's the same with pretty much every sewing machine. If you use a twin needle, you have to hand thread them, but that's okay. We can do that sometimes. The rest of the time, you can use your automatic needle threader. It's simplicity itself with your Brother machine. Absolutely superb. Right, okay. Let's have a look now at the embroidery machine. I'll pop that there. Come with me. All right, so your Brother embroidery machine is just a fabulous way into machine embroidery. I'm really getting hooked on machine embroidery. Now, do we have a price comparison for this on the Brother website? We'll have a little look. Our price at the moment is £599, which is a stonkingly good price, but you may have guessed it, we're going to take a little saving off this as well. Can we do a crash? Did you ask about this one? Hey, we're cooking with gas now. It's £539. So you're saving an extra £60, but that is literally just till midnight tonight. Now, maybe you've been promising yourself an embroidery machine. Early Christmas present, now Christmas present. Maybe you're going to wait until Christmas. It won't be £599. It won't be £539, sorry, at Christmas. We've taken £60 extra off today. This is the day to grab it while you can, and also while we've got stock. We've sold out of these before now, and we will sell out again. Now, your Brother embroidery machine, absolutely amazing capabilities. This is a Disney edition Brother sewing machine, embroidery machine rather. What does that mean? Well, it's got 60, is it 60 or 62? I'm going to say 60, and then if it's 62, you get a nice surprise. It's got 60 Disney embroideries preloaded onto the machine. Now, Disney have changed the rules over the years. There was a time, way back when you could buy a disc or a stick with more Disney designs on, and I'm talking about for any embroidery machines, okay, in the past, years ago. They have stopped all of that. You cannot buy new Disney designs on a memory stick and transfer them to any embroidery machine anymore. They either come loaded with them or you can't do them, okay? Yours are preloaded. You get 60, at least 60 Disney designs. Now, let me show you those Disney designs because they are absolutely gorgeous. They're the ones you'd expect, of course. Mickey, Minnie, Daffy Duck, love him. There's a whole bunch of them right there. Really cool. I love this one down here, which is Mickey, the Mickey head, all made out of flowers. That is really cute. Really cute. That would be so much fun to put on a bib or a baby grow or the bodice of a little dress. You could change the colours and, you know, do like red, black, gold, you know, those traditional Mickey Mouse colours. You've also got, looky here, I love, love, love this one of Mickey up top and Minnie, of course, underneath. Really, really traditional, the original Disney characters. And then you've got Winnie the Pooh. You know me, I do love a bear and I love Winnie the Pooh best. All of the characters right there together as well. Again, think baby grows, think bibs, think little baby bags and cute stuff. Or framing pictures, Disney princesses. Now, every single one of these Disney princesses can be embroidered on their own, but also you can combine them with this frame down here. So this frame's been designed to work beautifully with... Now, while we're there, can you see Ariel on one side? Oh, there she is. There's Ariel. And it says above 27 minutes. So that tells you to embroider Ariel as 20 minutes of stitching time. So for example, if you're wondering, do I have time to do this before I... whatever. 27 minutes of sewing time. Obviously you need to change the threads in between each one. However, something I discovered which I didn't know about embroidery, I assumed, oh, embroidery, that's going to be complicated. I bet the threading is really different. It is exactly the same as your regular sewing machine. Winding the bobbin is exactly the same pathway. It's all numbered anyway, but it's exactly the same. So no muss, no fuss. Absolutely brilliant. Now then, more Disney designs. You've got Frozen, you've got Alice in Wonderland, you've got Cars, Toy Story. I'm just going to let that one go. You've got Finding Nemo. Some more frames down here. Those are all your Disney designs. Now the Disney designs are for personal use only. You can't make and sell anything with Disney designs on. However, you have got, I think it's a couple of hundred extra designs with beautiful fonts, frames, bouquets of flowers, Christmas decoration designs, floral sprigs, a watering can filled with pansies. Look at this one right here. Now your hoop size on this machine is a 4-inch hoop, 10 centimetre hoop, and that is the only size hoop that will fit, okay, on your machine. So you are restricted to designs that can be stitched within a 4-inch hoop. All right, I'll just show you what that hoop looks like. You've put this on and I can't take it off. I'm too back to front. Okay, I'll have to show it you later maybe, or I can just lift that up. Okay, can you just about see that hoop size? There we go, there it is. 4x4. Now, of course, if you wanted to sew something like, let's say for example you were doing dressing gowns for bridesmaids pamper day, like pre-wedding, and you were going to give all the bridesmaids a personalised embroidered dressing gown. All you would do for their names is draw a line in erasable marker. You can do the full size, you know, that will fit within a 4-inch hoop letter, and then simply unhoop and then rehoop your design. There we go. There it is. Rehoop and then stitch the next letter. So you can see I'm in a really good size within your hoop. Absolutely beautiful. It's a brilliant way in. It's £539 to get home the Brother Enovis embroidery machine with literally hundreds of embroidery designs. Now, they're the ones that are preloaded. However, we want more. Okay, we want more. We want more Christmas designs. We want, maybe it's seasonal. We want some Halloween designs. We want birthday balloons. We want different fonts. How are we going to do that? Do we need to buy another machine? No. Have a look on the side. So you've got a USB port right here. All you're going to do, if you go onto your computer, and I want you to do this actually right now, if you've a mind to, go on and Google, or on your phone, Google free embroidery designs Brother. If you go on the Brother website, you'll find hundreds of free embroidery designs that you can just download to a memory stick, pop it in there, and then the designs will come up on your screen. You can pick them, stitch them out. You don't have to load them onto the actual machine. You just leave a memory stick in. Or I think as well, you can just link it straight up to your computer. If you go beyond Brother, there are thousands of free designs. There are also thousands that you can pay for as well. So if you want something really specific, or you find it, or you can find memory sticks or downloads that have like collections of really beautiful designs, you absolutely can access them. Just make sure when you're buying them or downloading them that they are compatible with Brother, because each embroidery manufacturer has their own sort of format that works with their machine. So Brother compatible, and then also make sure that they're compatible to stitch within a 4-inch hoop, and then you're away. Have a little look at this. This is on the Brother website. Oh, I love those pine cones. This little Halloween, gorgeous little kitten there. A little fairy, beautiful. That's nice. I like the watering can. Are these all free? That's super. Easter bunny. So seasonal projects are a cinch. Janet, Clare and I talked. What is that? A bear playing the violin? I mean, my world is complete. Love it. It's so cute. But Janet, Clare and I were talking in the last hour about her gorgeous On the Wing quilt. And we were talking about like sort of how you could take it in different directions once you've made this, or you buy the pattern. And actually these squares that the appliques are in, you could actually hoop a larger piece of fabric, machine embroider that using your Brother in Ovis, trim it down to the required size, and then do your log cabin from there, and then create your quilt. This could be an alphabet quilt, couldn't it? You could do all the letters. You can find machine embroideries that have, A is for apple, B is for bear, isn't it? There's nothing else that starts with a B, only bear, big bear, baby bear. And keep going like that. It could be a wedding quilt. It could be wedding napkins. Just beautiful. So much potential. It's amazing. And for £539, take those first steps on your machine embroidery journey. What an opportunity. Really awesome. Absolutely love it. Now we've had a question. We've had a question from Nina, who's in the West Midlands, who asked, "Hi Stuart, does the Brother walking foot work on a Brother FS 210? Yeah, it absolutely will. It absolutely will. And you've reminded me actually, Nina. Let me show you. I'm just going to move this machine to one side. Now, the last time we had the Brother FS 250 on air, we did not have any stock of the walking foot or darning foot, which you don't get included with your machine, but most of us would want. I asked for them to come back in stock. We've got them. Now we've done a very, very special little bundle here. So if you've already got your Brother FS 250, or you've got an FS 130 or a 210, or pretty much any of those standard Brother machines, these will fit. Right, here's the deal. Here's the deal. You've got a Brother official walking foot. The Brother walking foot is right, I want you to just check that. Yeah, that's right, isn't it? 47, yeah, 47, 48. Now, you get your walking foot, and then you also get your darning foot, your free motion darning foot. And you are getting that free. You're saving £10. You're saving £10. Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. So you get your walking foot and you get your darning foot for £47.48. That is amazing. What a brilliant price. Under £50 to get both of those. Now that really for me completes the package. It absolutely completes the package, because then you can do with your walking foot, you can do your quilting. Okay, things like, we always say straight line quilting, but it isn't actually that. I mean, yes, you can do straight line quilting, but you can also do a lovely gentle meander. You can quilt circles, you can quilt waves, Baptist fan, you know, all sorts, outline quilting, appliques, in the ditch quilting. So is anything where you would want the machine to still be feeding the fabric through, but it doesn't mean you can only quilt straight lines. But what it does mean is the fabric is fed evenly from the top and the bottom, so no tucks, no pleats, no wrinkles as you're quilting. Now you can also use your brother walking foot when you're constructing. So you'll often see guests on air putting on a walking foot when they're doing things like bag making. For all their construction, you'll see us using it for top stitching, for bag making, for dressmaking as well, because you get that perfect even feed and you get a beautiful stitch on the top, you get a beautiful stitch on the bottom, there's no wrinkling, no tucks, no folds either, just a brilliant finish. So that's your walking foot. Now you're also going to get the darning foot. You'll actually see, if you stay tuned, you'll see Janet Clare using the darning foot in the next hour. She's going to be doing some free motion applique. Now we often think of the darning foot being for free motion quilting. So that means we've dropped the feed dogs on our Brother FS250. I showed you how to do that. You add this on, and this means then that you're in charge of the direction of stitching and the stitch length. So you can sew forwards, backwards, side to side, round and round in spirals, circles, feathers, draw pictures, anything you want. Write your name, write anybody's name, okay? That's your darning foot. Now you can also use it, as the name suggests, for darning. And let's be honest, I think lots of us are starting to do a bit more repairing of clothing, aren't we? We're doing it for decorative reasons. We're doing it because it's on trend. We're also doing it because we don't want to discard favourite things or any things just because there happens to be a little worn area. We can put a little bit of fabric behind, or a bit of stabiliser behind, and then we can stitch forward and back in one direction to cover an area, and then we can stitch side to side to fill in, to create that darned area. We can do it in a matching colour, we can do it in a contrast colour, we could do it in variegated threads and really make a feature of darning. We can also use this, as Janet does, for free motion applique. So fusible, your gull maybe, and then rather than slavishly having to turn your work, which you would have to do to sew all around an applique, now we can move the applique and we can sew all around that gull or whatever it might be without having to turn our work by free motion stitching around the edge. And we can draw with fabric. Janet is an absolute whiz at doing that. She's amazing. You can do a class with her actually. Catch her at maybe something like a Festival of Quilts one year and take a class. But it's just brilliant. Both of these feet together open up an absolute world of possibilities. Quilters, you know you need this. If you're going to get a sewing machine, you absolutely need both your walking foot and your darning foot. But dressmakers, appliqueurs, toy makers, home decor makers, you all need these feet too. They're a bargain price at £47.48. You're making a £10 saving. So I would add those in. And if you've bought the Brother FS 250 previously and you didn't manage to get those feet, now is your opportunity. Yeah, it really is. Fantastic. Now, just let's go back down to that sewing machine. Now then, if you tuned in right at the start of the hour, we were having problems crashing the price. I just want to go back through the price comparisons so you know what an amazing saving we're offering you on Sewing Street today. So if we go to the Brother website for just a moment, and there is the official price of the Brother FS250. It is £799. £799. Which is the right money. You know, we're getting a computerized sewing machine with 250 stitches, 3 alphabets, a hard case, an extension table. We're getting a massive bundle of feet as well. It is £799 worth of sewing machine and accessories. But on Sewing Street, our usual price is £399, which is a £400 saving. Our sister channel, Hobby Maker, also sells the Brother Sewing Machine for £399. But today we've taken an extra £40 off, making it just £359. Now you'll notice as well on screen, if you want to take advantage of split pay, then you can have 3 split pays on this machine. All you need to pay us today is £119.66, and you can get your machine home. You don't need to pay the rest. We'll send the machine straight out to you. If you've already bought the early bird, a 2.5-inch mini charm pack, from Clare this morning, you've already paid your postage and packing. We'll send you this beautiful sewing machine for no extra P&P. It'll come out to you. It's just brilliant, absolutely mad, really. But there you are, for no extra P&P. So £359 if you want to pay the whole amount. If you want split pays, it's £119.66. And if you go for the split pay option, there are no credit checks. We're not going to ask you any questions. You don't have to pay any interest. You don't pay any more. You don't have to pay more. You just still pay £359. But at midnight tonight, the price will go back up to £399. So if you want to go for the Brother Sewing Machine, I would go for it now. I would go for it today, so you make that extra saving, because £40 is £40. Absolutely. Yeah. It's a grocery shop, isn't it? Absolutely. It really is. Really is. All right, fantastic. Okay, we've got some sewing machine bags that I want to share with you. Should we do them over here? Or should I? Yeah, let's do them over here. I'm going to move the sewing machine to one side. So I'm going to unplug the machine because I want to actually put it inside the bags. Just show you the kind of size we're talking about. I love this little feature on the Brother, by the way. We don't often show this, but the actual spool pin, you can put the disc on the side and then it just clicks in. It's so neat, it's so smart, it's really cool, isn't it? All right, pop that to one side and let's grab the sewing machine bags. Now these are a really nice sort of little extra, nice Christmas gift. Nice Christmas gift. I want to start with the purple and black because this is gorgeous. It's absolutely lovely. So I'm gonna put the sewing machine in it actually. So, I mean, first of all, look at that gorgeous lining. It is beautiful. It's that purple, you know the one, that well-known chocolate manufacturer? It's that sort of purple, really rich, gorgeous. I remember, completely unrelated conversation here. I remember at Christmas when we used to have Quality Street. Is it Quality Street? Or Roses. You know the one, the big purple one? Well, that was my dad's chocolate. And we were told from a very early age, you can have any you like, but not the purple one, because that's the only one that Dad likes, and that's the only one he's going to have from the whole tin. So he was allowed that. And my mum always had the green triangle. So I was probably about 25 before I tasted either of those chocolates. Anyway, look, it was a revelation, absolute revelation. So you've got that little comfort. There is your machine in your bag. How fabulous is that for £15.99? £15.99. It's just brilliant, isn't it? And then you've got double zip here. If you're a bag maker, you know how much you pay for a double zip. I mean, even just the components. You couldn't possibly buy the components to make this bag for £15.99. We all know that, don't we? And then here we go. We've got this gorgeous big pocket. This is going to be for things like your pedal, your cable, your power cable, your bag of feet, maybe your box of bobbins, your threads, all of these can go in here. So you've got your sewing machine secured. Now, of course, this might be for taking your sewing machine along to classes and workshops, but equally, you may not have bought the FS250. Your sewing machine might not come with a hard case, or even a really flimsy cover over it. This could be your storage, so that your sewing machine is protected from things like dust and dirt and debris, pets getting too close, children getting too close, anybody else in the house getting too close. Really safe and secure in there. And it's just gorgeous, let's be honest. Love the colours on that. And this sewing machine bag is going to fit most sort of average sized sewing machines, okay? So that's first option, purple and black, really love that. Right, next up, let's go black and turquoise, or black and mint. I'm renaming this mint. Again, I'm going to show you the lining. There you go, look at that, gorgeous. And all of the seams are bound inside. It's really nicely made. There are feet on the bottom as well. So if you are moving this around, maybe taking it outside, maybe you take it on the bus to go to your sewing class or round to a friend's, you've got feet on the bottom so it's not going directly on the ground, which I think is a good point. I'm going to pop the machine inside. There we go. Again, it just helps to show off the bag a bit more nicely, I think, if there's something inside it. But it's a really smart colourway. So you've got that plain black with a mint green zip and piping. You've got that gorgeous extra decal on your zip. Double zip at the front. And then you've got this fantastic big pocket inside. Hello, a little plastic bag in there. You'll have something much more exciting in there, won't you? You'll have your foot, you'll have your power cable, you'll have your bag of sweeties, or it might be, I don't know, popcorn, bag of popcorn. What's your favourite snack, boys? He said you. I'm not a snack. Okay, you've got here as well, just to bring those handles together, you've got that comfort grip as well. What a fantastic buy for $15.99. Really good. Now I'm showing you this bag with a sewing machine inside it, but this could be your AccuQuilt Go cutter. This could be your AccuQuilt Go Big. Would go in here as well, or your Go Baby and some dies. It could be your Gemini cutter in there. It could be your paper die cutting machine that goes in here. It could be a big stash of fabric. It could be rulers, smaller rulers, use it as you will. Multi-buy, use them for your, whatever you need. Great. Pretty heavy duty storage for as well. This is sturdy, this is strong, well made, and feet on the bottom. It's a really nice bit of kit and a really nice price, isn't it? $15.99 for that. Right, solid colour, teal. Now, this feels really sturdy, great quality. Again, you've got those handles. Now this is $19.99. We've got 3 left. This has been very, very popular this morning. It's a great colour now. Big chunky zip on this one. Look at that lovely chunky zip and chunky zip pulls. I'm liking that. Very nice. And I like the fact that it's got 2. So if you wanted to, you could put a little padlock through there if you wanted to keep this nice and secure. Maybe you do your sewing class at maybe like somewhere that's more like, I don't know, either a leisure centre, community centre, where there are lots of people toing and froing and you want to be able to lock it. That's pretty useful, I think. cavernous inside, really nice and big. Loving that. Feet on the bottom, of course, nice and sturdy. Yeah, really good. The feet are a bit bigger on this. This one, I think, yeah, a little thicker, maybe just a tad sturdier as well. If you've got a machine that's slightly heavier, I think I'd probably go for this one. This is from Hobby Gift. Also, let me just do that up and show you the pocket on the front. Again, this pocket is a little bigger as well. So we've got a double zip on the front. Now you could buy this and use this for things like your knitting, your crochet, because you could have things like knitting needles, crochet hooks, DPNs in the front, your knitting patterns as well. And then obviously in the main part of your bag, this could be your yarn, it could be where you keep your in progress work. Also great use. Really nice sturdy bag. Okay, last one. Love the colour. Scarlet red. This has got a grey lining. This is £21.99. That is fantastic. Really like that. Great colour. And again, it's got that comfort grip at the top. And again, these are all going to fit your standard domestic sewing machine. Now, I'm just going to check. I don't think something as big as the Elna 680 would fit in here. But I think possibly the 580 might. Let me just have a look and see. So I'm just going to grab out. This is the Elna 680. I think it might be tight. Yeah, so the 680 won't go in there, but I think the 580 would. Have I got a 580 under here? Anybody know? Yeah, I have, yeah. That's the 780, that won't. 580, oops, that's the 580. Is that the same dimensions actually as the 680? Yeah, no, that won't. I think that's too big as well. Yeah, so the 580 won't. So I would go with those smaller machines like your Brother FS250. That's going to go in there just fine. Things like the smaller Singer machines, the Genomes, they're all going to fit in there just fine. But as I say, it will fit a Go Big. If you've got an Quilt Go Big. So you can also use it for your die cutter. Oh, what do we have there? That's the 570, yeah, great. So this is the Elna 570. Thank you, Kat. Elna 570, and that goes in with Room to Breathe. Absolutely perfect. Brill. And again, safe, secure storage, transporting, absolutely fab. Really cool. Now then, some essentials. Yeah. Now, yeah, let's just do the sewing machine trolley. We're just going to go grab that. Excuse me. While Kat grabs that, I just want to mention as well, we have got a whole selection of needles, machine needles. Perhaps we'll just show you those quickly. This is our sewing machine trolley. Okay, so this is £59.99. This is for your sewing machine trolley bag in black. It's a deluxe sewing machine trolley bag too. It is absolutely beautiful. It's got that extending handle at the back, so very much kind of airport suitcase style. Beautifully padded inside, so if you've got your very precious machine out and about, you need to know that it's safe and secure. I love the fact that it is in solid black with a grey interior, so it's very much sort of gender neutral. The whole construction of it is absolutely beautiful. I'm just going to open this up so you can see here. We've got this apart at the moment because I just want to show you just how strong and sturdy. This is the base. You see how beautifully strong and sturdy. That is absolutely great, isn't it? Look at the wheels as well. It's like a little tractor, my goodness me. Yeah. Our director's just saying, producer rather, I mean, what about using this as your weekend case? You absolutely could, because this actually has got, I don't know, kind of like a nicer profile for packing stuff in. Yeah, I like that. I like that. Now let me just show you what we do then. We've got our bag. So Kat, am I right? This goes on the base. Yeah. Okay. And does it clips on with these here? Yep. So this slides. Ooh, slides over the back. I'm doing everything back to front today. I'm not doing this right, am I? Is there a strap or something? We should practice this. Please.
There's these clips here.
Okay.
Clip them onto there.
Yeah.
So that stays
Oh, okay,
there.
right. So this clips on here. Right, okay, I'm having my staff training now. Okay, so there are some little clips here at the sides. Okay, so this little bar on the back of the bag, this clips onto over the top, like that? No. Oh, I see it now. Right, they go through and pull it down. Okay. There we go. Right, our bag is on. Okay, good. So there's our bag in place. And then you've got your frame. So this is our base. So this is going to go in first to create our really strong base. And then you have got your surround. And again, it's really thick and dense. And that's going to fill out that space inside the bag. And now we have this super padded, safe and secure, absolutely brilliant space for our sewing machine, our clothes, our Go Big, our Go Baby, our Go Cutter. Everything securely zipped inside. I am absolutely ready for my trip. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I am so ready for my trip. That is really great. I mean, it just took me a moment or two, thanks for sharing that with me, to actually work out how it goes together. But Brill, you've got that lovely big zip pocket there at the front as well. That is terrific. Lots of you going for that, despite my rather mangled demonstration. I got there though. I did get there in the end. That's absolutely super. Yeah, you went on a journey with me. Absolutely awesome. The real awesome one there, I've got to say though, folks, was Kat, our multi-skilled operator. I didn't realise the multi-skills included putting a trolley bag together, but they do. Thank you, Kat. All right, now I just want to recap a few prices, important prices that we've had today. First one is our Brother FS250. Now, normal price on the Brother website, £799. Our normal price here on Sewing Street is a whopping £300 less than that. £400 less than that, sorry, £400 less than that, £399. But today and today only, just till midnight, we've knocked an extra £40 off, making the price £359, but only until midnight tonight, or until stocks run out. Lots of you are going for the FS250. It is a beautiful, versatile machine. There is so much potential here. And also as well, if you're looking for a second machine, one that you can take along to those workshops and classes, that's still going to have that functionality that you're used to, so your sewing machine that never leaves your sewing room, you need a great machine that does it all. Your Brother FS250 is a great machine that does it all. Now, your embroidery machine from Brother, it's the Innovis embroidery machine, and it's the Disney edition. Here we go. Comes with a 4-inch or 10cm hoop, so huge capability there. You have 60 preloaded Disney designs on your embroidery machine, plus I think it's, I don't know, maybe about 200, something like that, extra royalty-free embroideries already programmed in. The price should be £599, but today we've knocked an extra £60 off that price, making it £539. If you want to take advantage of the 3 split pays, you can. And if you go for that option, you're going to pay £176. £176. They're coming there. They're coming. £176, 66 pence. Thank you. 179.66. Good. Thank you. Also, you've got that USB port at the side of your machine, which means that you can download from literally thousands of free designs that are compatible with Brother sewing machines and a 4-inch hoop, so that you can expand your creativity over and over again. Just brilliant. All right, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, Janet Clare is here and she's bringing Christmas to Sewing Street, Janet Clare style. You won't want to miss this.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Surprise! Well, knock me down with a feather. Crafter's Companion is turning a sensational 17. And boy, do we have a celebration for you. We are bringing the razzle dazzle and putting on the Ritz for a fabulous and very flamboyant affair. And of course, you're all invited. From the 18th of October, we're going to be shining the spotlight on a glittering array of spectacular new launches. Some amazing offers and so many show-stopping surprises.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Merry Christmas, Janet Clare style. Merry Christmas, Janet Clare.
Merry Christmas. It's still a little bit early, but not too much.
Is it?
Not if you're going to sew.
That's right, absolutely.
Not if you're going to sew. Bit early for the party.
Tell me about Christmas in the Janet Clare household.
We do a nice mixture. So Christmas Eve, we usually have an open house. So everybody
you don't have to tell me twice.
Yeah, you'll be there. Open house, haven't done it for the last few years, obviously. Open house, then Christmas Day is just us and the boys, and then Boxing Day we see family.
Lovely.
So we have a nice mixture of things.
Sounds great. And are you very traditional at Christmas?
I think we are, really. Yeah. I think, because I think that's really nice to do, like the ritual of it and to be remembering all those. Yeah, I think we are probably very traditional.
And we were talking earlier on about how I'm the same, bring out those Christmas makes that you've done years ago and you add to each year.
Yeah, add to. And we have got, my husband made a hideous, sorry Tony, a king, you know, one of the three kings, the wise men, out of sort of loo roll and papier-mâché, with crepe paper hair, and that comes out every year as well. So we've got things that go way back. And I'm trying to get more tasteful, but everything comes out. Everything comes out. But
well, I think when you've got children, the taste goes out the window, doesn't it?
Yeah, because you want everyone to enjoy it.
Yeah.
So but we don't do, Yeah, we do have something. We have surf and turf for Christmas Day. We have a treat.
gosh,
and do the turkey and
yummy.
everything on Boxing Day. So yes.
Oh, count me in. I'll be there for
You'll be there.
open day. Although very clearly, did you hear? Christmas Day is family only. So
Family only.
I won't bring a case. Wow! But Janet's brought some absolutely beautiful Christmas makes, and we're going to start with the winter project bundle. Now I think this gives us a real like mixture and a gorgeous flavour of lots of different projects in here. Am I allowed to open this?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh yeah, goody. All right, so this is a gorgeous bundle of loveliness.
We just thought of it as like a little starter pack for your imagination.
I love that. I love, you know, getting lots of things. So we've got a big bag of toy stuffing. We've got some reels of thread. We've got embroidery floss, ribbon. We've got hand sewing needle. We've got some fabrics. We've got some quilt batting. We have got Bondaweb. And then we've also got some felt. Rather importantly, and I'll ask Janet in a second what we can make, we have got the Winter by Janet Clare mini book. And within here, we have got a variety of, oh, this is lovely projects. I do love the winter, crisp, frosty mornings and clear, star-filled nights, cosy woolly jumpers, hot chocolate by open fires, and long evenings just made for sewing. Help to make this my favourite season of all. Stitch your way through winter. Now, Janet, out of this fabric, what projects can we make from the book?
Okay, so the idea is that you can make the penguin picture, the penguin applique picture. You will have odds and ends left over.
Look at that! Isn't that gorgeous? So we can make that little
You can make
applique
that.
binding. We've got that.
You can make all of that.
Fantastic.
You can make all of that.
Yep.
Yes, and then you have the white felt, so you can make your little polar bears.
Look at these polar bears.
We've been playing with them since 7 o'clock this morning.
We have. Everybody's been all over these. So you've got mum, and you've got two. Are they called cubs?
Kois, I think. I think they're called kois. Little kois. You can make as many polar bears as you like.
I
They're
love a
quite
koi.
cute. These are very simple. They're just felt and quick overstitch, so children can make these as well. They're cute. So I think these would look quite tasteful with some sort of sparkly lights on a mantelpiece.
I
Just
agree.
a candle or something. Christmassy, but still chic.
Yeah, and you could add hanging loops and have them on the tree.
I have done one of that. There's
Yeah.
one around somewhere.
Oh,
one around
yeah.
somewhere unstuffed.
Oh, yeah.
I didn't stuff that one.
Yeah, look up here.
Yeah.
Can you see?
So that's what the ribbon is for, to help you make
Now you see,
little
this is what I
decorations and
imagine
things.
your house is like, with beautiful,
yeah,
you know,
totally.
white painted branches that you've gathered in a forest.
Absolutely.
And then tastefully
Absolutely.
repurposed.
Everyone in hand knits and, it's absolutely.
Well
it's
nourished.
identical.
Homemade soups.
I don't really like soup.
Don't you?
It's not a drink and it's not a meal, Stuart.
You've really destroyed my image now. It's not a drink and it's not a meal. It's both.
Yeah, that's
Janet,
what's
it's
wrong
both.
about it.
Oh, see,
it's not good, is it? No.
I love homemade
You're in the
soup.
minority in this studio.
Oh, I
I'll
know.
tell you that
I'm
for now.
feeling it. Trust me, Janet. I'm feeling the hostility. My goodness. Dear, oh dear. I only asked. So we can make the polar bears.
You can make
Check.
the polar bears.
Good. I'm almost afraid to ask.
I know, just he dent. And then there is red felt, which you can make for reindeers, or you can make, I have it around somewhere behind me, above my head, I have a little runner with some polar bears on, which I think would look really cute when you put the drink and the mince pie out for Father Christmas.
Oh, yes.
And that's
That
something
is
that
cute.
it's very simple to make, not bulky to store, but something if you got that out and just laid it down.
So we can make that with the kit as well?
Yes, you've got white felt, you've got red felt, and you've got ribbon and the thread. So the idea was that you don't just make the projects as I've said, you've got the ability to play a little bit.
Oh, I love it.
And
I
you
love
can't
it.
go wrong. Red and white felt and some hand stitching. You can have your
Exactly.
tree all done.
But also all that fabric to make the penguin applique wall hanging, including the binding. You even get the quilt batting to make it up into a little quilt. I mean, it's just brilliant. Plus your 2 reels of Gutermann thread, Gutermann beautiful thread. You've got your ribbon, you've got your hand sewing needle, you've got embroidery floss as well. and your toy
Your toy
stuffing.
stuffing.
So you get all of that inside
Get
your pack,
going.
and you also get Winter by Janet Clare
Your
mini
little
book.
booklet.
All of that included for $39.99. That is an absolutely brilliant set.
Got a book review from my eldest on the back from when he was 13.
Go
Full
on.
of fun, festive designs for the cold winter. And the little girl in here, I saw her the other day actually. She's about 15.
Oh.
Now she was like 4 there.
Oh.
So yes, it's a sweet little thing. I do love making the books and really just delving into a theme
Yep.
and then running with it and
Yeah.
seeing what you have. And we've got so many of these little books and projects, and you might make the reindeer quilt and then think, well, I've finished with that book, but actually you haven't. There's so much more you can do with everything.
Absolutely. Now, the reindeer quilt that you mentioned is hanging up
Yes.
here.
Yes.
How do I get instructions for that?
That is in
Oh,
the
it's in the book.
booklet. It's in the book. And the best thing about your reindeer, I haven't got one that's, have I got one with his head on? So I've got half a demo here. You have got a jointed template for the reindeer. I have to put his head on.
Okay. Yes, please, if you wouldn't mind.
You probably want to photocopy that page in the book because it'd be a shame to cut it out. And let me stand in the right place. So some of my applique templates are jointed like this. You put the split pins in, and then you can reposition him so that you're not just stuck with one reindeer standing and it has to be repeated.
Janet Clare, you genius. I've just realised why you've done that.
Yeah, it's
Oh,
one
honestly.
template. So rather than
Penny dropping.
filling and printing another 10 pages with reindeer in different positions, you just make a jointed reindeer and then you can reposition him wherever you like.
Oh,
and
brass split pins, Janet. They were the mainstay of my childhood.
I know, they're so lovely. So there you go, you just reposition it where you want and trace around it onto your bond web or your felt.
Oh, so
and
clever.
this, I meant to do this actually. I actually meant to get one of these photocopied onto card and then make it as a puppet because the children would like playing with this. They could just colour it in.
I'll be honest with you,
At the Christmas
that
table.
is what I thought it was. I didn't look and associate the
Yeah.
two together, but I
Yeah.
mean, that's such a genius idea. I'm totally nicking that, by the way. Now, if you want the booklet, Winter by Janet Clare, on its own, we got you covered. We got that. Are you kidding me? $9.99.
Yes,
Hang
it's
on,
a
wait a
bargain.
minute, because I've got the dashing reindeer quilt pattern. Okay, that's $9.99. We've got the penguin wall hanging as well included. We've also got the polar bear toys that we can also turn into Christmas decorations and so on as well. We've got all of that for $9.99. That is going to fly. Just like
just
Dasher.
going to fly.
There we
like
go.
the reindeer. So there you go. So they could be a table runner. You could just do all of Santa's, however many, were there 7?
There were, I believe.
Just do 7 and just really, really play with it. But I did mean to do that as a colouring because I think that actually that would have kept my boys quiet just for, because lunch is long, isn't it?
I think it still might, Janet, now.
They probably would do it actually.
Colouring pens and one of those.
If I turned it into a competition, they definitely would.
How old are your boys now?
21 and 18,
Oh,
and then my
that'd keep
nephew
them
would be
going.
there, so he's about 23. So, yes, it probably wouldn't hold them very long.
Do you let them sit together?
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
You're just indulgent, Janet.
I know I
indulgent.
am,
Do they still go on
know.
the children's table? Isn't that
They've
like the-
upgraded from the, they're taller than us. It'll be me, my mum and my sister on the kiddie chairs now. They're
Isn't
all
that
taller
funny?
than us.
Every family has got, like the pasting table
Yeah.
comes out with deck chairs behind it. It's like,
And your little discussion before everyone arrives as to where your place is, so you're crystal clear.
yeah.
The worst seat in the draftiest spot, that'll be yours.
Yeah, quite. You really know where you sit in the hierarchy of the family, on which table and where,
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
you?
yeah, yeah.
I love it. That, by the way, is absolutely a flying. If you want Winter by Janet Clare, and frankly, who wouldn't, grab it while you can, please, because we won't have these for very long. Now, standing behind me on this shelf is, I think, the Advent that I want this year. It's Janet Clare's Advent Village. village, isn't it? It's just beautiful in its simplicity, in its charm. It is felt houses in red and white and felt Christmas trees in green with the numbers embroidered on. There is a little pocket. Let me show you on the back.
My mum's idea that was.
Was it? Credit to Mum, look at that. So there's a little pocket on the back that we can tuck a little something. What's the nicest thing you've ever had in one of those pockets?
I don't know, celebration? Quality Street?
Nice,
Nothing
good.
terribly exciting. But it was my mum's idea. She's got a really big window in the lounge and she had them all along the windowsill and was filling them with chocolates and things. And of course, they don't always have to be chocolate. You put little bits and bobs.
Yeah, little sewing notions.
Yes, if you've made it now, even if you were on your own and filled it now, it would still be a little bit of a treat when you opened it,
Of course
wouldn't
it is.
every day?
Absolutely, absolutely.
And that is the sort of thing you can get out for generations.
Of course
and
you
the
can.
children can make them everything really. It's not going to be un-Christmassy ever.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely gorgeous. What's inside? Because it feels
I've got
weighty.
rice. Now then, we had this conversation. This is dry rice. Stuart said, did you cook it? I did not cook it. And this is...
Well, because they're soft, that's all I thought. I was kidding. I was
sure
kidding.
I've got rice in there.
Yeah.
This is, not all rice weighs the same. So this is pudding rice. It's quite heavy.
I was just about to say, I want to see what kind of rice. It's
think
rice
it's
pudding
pudding
rice.
rice.
Lovely.
Very, very out of date,
Yum.
2016.
Oh, I'd still use it.
But they've got a satisfying weight then, so they're nice to hold. You don't want them to be flimsy. You can fill them with your toy stuffing. You've got toy stuffing, you've got the pack.
Oh no, I want satisfying weight in my hand.
You do need a nice weight,
Nice
don't
to
you?
hold, yes.
Don't cook your eyes.
But lentils would do it, dried
Anything
lentils.
you've got. I mean, I wouldn't go out and buy anything particularly expensive or
No.
for it. I mean, just clear out your cupboard.
Yeah, but you might have a bag of recycled polystyrene, polythene beads, you know, the grey ones that we have here.
Yeah.
You might have some leftovers from making a doorstop or something. You could put those in as well.
Once they're in, no one can see it.
No.
So you could even put, I don't know, pebbles in the bottom and then to fill it out with something soft.
Fab. And that's a hand sew project too.
I would hand sew that.
So
It's
nice
very
and
nice.
relaxed.
It's like the little tessellating little houses, the little flat ones. Put them all together.
Gorgeous. Now then, we have two more patterns. I'm going to leave the stockings for a moment because there's a rather charming story about Poppy the penguin. We've got Poppy. Where's
Poppy's
Poppy?
around.
Where is Poppy?
Here he is.
Poppy.
He's above me. Where there is a lovely story as to why he's called Poppy. So my youngest Henry was going to be a penguin expert when he grew up. He was completely obsessed with penguins. And he'd heard the president of the Global Penguin Society, who is Pablo Bobaroglu, or something like that. I'm not saying it right, he's Argentinian.
Yep.
Speaking on the radio, and he gave his website and there was lots of photos of penguins on it. So we'd shown Henry this. He was very little. Anyway, and there was a contact form, email with your questions. So Henry emailed in and Pablo replied.
Seriously?
He said, nobody calls me Pablo, everyone calls me Poppy. And then he was in London. I'd pulled Henry out of school, never pulled a child out of school before. Poppy said, I'm in London, if you can get Henry to me, and I'm here doing a book tour. I've got a copy of the book. So I pulled Henry out of London. We had this secret mission into London to meet Poppy, and he got a signed copy of the book. And guess what we bought Poppy? I mean, what would you buy in a panic mission to London for a penguin expert? Bar of penguin chocolate bars.
Penguin bars.
That's what we bought him. We bought like 48 of those.
I love it.
So that's why he's Poppy.
That's a gorgeous story. Poppy the penguin. And Poppy is beautiful. You can bring Poppy out year after year. Again, it's about building that collection of special Christmas or winter decorations that you bring out year after year.
He looks nice all the time. Penguins are forever, not just Christmas.
I totally
But he is a
agree.
nice hand sewing project. It's felt. It doesn't fray. It doesn't stretch. There's no bias. It's not going to do anything. You put your stitches wherever you like. So Poppy is a really nice little project.
Gorgeous.
And again, he's filled with rice, so he stands proud.
Yeah, perfect. So for $11.99, you get the full pattern, full-size templates, a hand sewing needle, all the felt that you'll need, and a skein of anchor embroidery floss. So literally all you need to do is go into the cupboard, get something like pudding rice, nice weight, and fill Poppy up. You could also get yourself a little pack of chocolate penguins. They're just for you.
Yes.
Poppy
Get some
got
chocolate penguins as well.
That would be my
Poppy
personal
likes
recommendation.
those. There you go.
Now, the last pattern is the Janet Clare Christmas stockings, and these also have a lovely story behind them because these are all ones you made for your kids.
These are genuine stockings.
Genuine stockings.
Genuinely the boys' stockings. I stood in the way. Should I go this way?
That's cool.
So Joseph is 21 and I made Joe's when he was a baby, and I made it in about 5 minutes at a time.
Joseph is the one with the snowman.
The snowman. So he was born in September. So I literally, he had that for his first birthday, first Christmas. And then Henry's a couple of years later. And then this is Grace, who's one of Henry's really, really good friends. But I wanted to do more of a girly, sort of fairy, sort of angel sort of feeling.
So we get all 3 lots of applique.
You've got all the applique, you've got the whole alphabet, obviously you've got the stocking template, and you've got hopefully enough to really personalise, and they come out every year and they're just so sweet.
It's amazing value, $10.99 for the pattern. So you've got full-size patterns for the stocking, the full alphabet for personalising, all your appliques, which you could mix and match for sure.
Yeah.
And add your own elements as well. It is gorgeous. And these quilts, these stockings rather, they've been coming out for more than 20 years.
They're coming out, I know. And I will have to make some more hopefully in the future when the boys settle down and maybe get to make more even.
Yeah, boys, you've been told if you're watching.
Yes.
But I bet your boys would have something to say if those stockings didn't come out.
They didn't come out, I know they would. They're such a big part of it. And Father Christmas, he has to leave. Joseph goes one side of the fireplace and Henry goes the other. And if he forgets, there's uproar. I'm not in the right place. I'm not in the right place.
Remind me their ages.
21 and 18.
There you go. There you go. Uproar.
You're always
My stocking isn't in the right place.
But one year they shouted "thank you" up the chimney, and it was like,
oh,
it was so cute.
Was it last year? Tell me it was last year. It's gorgeous. I love it.
Bless. I'm feeling all Christmassy now.
See, it's not too early, is it, Janet Clare? Honestly, the very suggestion that it might be. $10.99 for that. Teresa has messaged in who says, morning both. You're making my morning bearable. I just tested positive for COVID from Teresa. Mwah. Big hugs.
I hope you're well enough to sew.
Yeah, because that really would make me miserable if I couldn't sew.
If you can't sew, it's just wasted time.
Yeah.
But anyway,
we're sending love to Teresa.
We'll be here.
Yeah, we'll still be here.
There's always someone here.
We'll do what we can. We'll do what we can. Okay, speaking of sewing, what we're going to make,
What would you
Janet?
like me to do? I'm going to do some penguins.
Yes,
penguins.
Yes, please.
And I have one that I've prepared earlier. Here we go. So you've got all the bits that you need in your little winter bundle, or you can use your scraps. So I've got one here which I always think these are like the mum and the baby, although they wouldn't be the mum because the dad looks after the babies.
Is that right?
He looks after the eggs.
Yes.
Definitely. Definitely. So all I've done a direct copy, and this is the fabric that you've got in your kit if you start that, although I'm sure you've got lots of whites and greys that you could use up. And here we are. There are your templates and all the measurements. Now when I'm doing these little applique pictures, I like things to be a bit wonky. So although your kit has come with rotary cut fabric, and you can totally use it like that, I actually like to cut mine with scissors. I think it looks a bit quirkier, there's a bit more life in it. So I've cut mine with scissors, and all I've done is sew them together so that I've got a bit of a sky and land sort of suggestion.
Divide, yeah.
There. And then all your templates are here, and I'm just going to trace them onto Bondweb, and I've got a little bag full of all these little bits. You're going to iron them to the back of your fabric and then cut them out on your drawn line. I'm not going to do much because you can
But Janet, you said
see.
earlier on when we were talking about not throwing away your scraps.
Yes.
I remember you grabbing a little piece and saying, this could be a bird's wing, and this is the perfect
I know,
project.
exactly. Look, you've got tiny, tiny little penguins in bits. So you're going to cut them out on your drawn line, peel the paper off like I did the last hour, and then what you want to do when you're putting them in place is to tell yourself a little story about what they're doing. So as I say, I'm quite taken by the little baby looking like he's reaching for a little hand there. And you shouldn't anthropomorphise really, should you? But anyway, that's what you do.
Every day of my
These
life.
two are having a little gossip.
I do voices for my cat, Janet.
Do
You
you?
know, I'm really the wrong person for this conversation.
But your cat understands every word.
Every word.
Every word. These two are having a little chat, and he's sort of looking off into the distance thinking what's for lunch or whatever. So anyway, what I haven't done is cut 5 penguins out and put them in a neat spaced row. You know, I've tried to give a little bit of a narrative to where they're standing. You can put them wherever you like. And then at this stage, you're going to do some stitching. Now I'm going to do some free motion. Stuart set the machine up for me. You can do free motion without putting the wadding behind, but I'm going to keep the wadding behind because I quite like it to be textured. I like that texture to be there.
Janet, the one thing I didn't do, I've just realised, is I didn't drop the feed
You
dogs.
didn't drop the feed.
Just at the back.
At the back.
Yep.
There we go.
That's it.
There you go.
Are you all right with that gold in the bottom, or do you want something
I
a bit
don't
more
mind
neutral?
a bit of gold. I
Yeah?
don't mind a bit
Okay,
of
cool.
gold. I had 4 minutes, bless him, between shows, and he changed my machine for me, so I'm not going to complain. Now, when I get started on this, I would never, ever, ever, even though I've done this hundreds of times, I never go straight into my real piece. I always do a bit of a practice. And when I'm practicing that the machine is set up how I want, I just write my name. It's a continuous line. So you're just going to move the fabric in the shape of the letters. So you've just got to keep moving the fabric. So that what I do is when I'm practicing, I'm checking whether everything's okay. I've got my first sort of nerves and wiggles out, and then I'm ready to sew onto my real thing, because unpicking free motion is not a lot of fun.
Done
is
it once.
It's just only if you're desperate you have to, but otherwise no.
Took me 60 seconds to sew in and 2 hours to unpick. Yeah, so practice first.
I can believe it. So I'm going to start in the middle with this little penguin here, and then all I'm going to do is to go round, and I'm going to make sure I'm starting where I want. There you go, got the presser foot down. Here you go, and I'm just going to draw a penguin on top of my applique. Now the beautiful thing about the applique means it's completely fused, so you're not worrying about stitching that penguin down to the background. He's already there, and you can put as much detail in as you like. And also, because this a little picture, if you don't want to stitch like this, you don't have to, or you could do hand sewing, whatever you like. But anyway, you can put a bit of life in. I do love to do a bit of free motion. It's very quick, and don't unpick it. It's absolute misery.
So you're just going around the outside
I'm
of
just
it?
going around the outside. I'm going to do a little bit of shape on his tummy. And there you go. Let the needle in that a couple of times, and that's it. And then you do that for all of your penguins, and then they're done.
Can I come and have a look?
Of course you can. It's very, very, very simple.
Oh, it's really cute though, and like
It's
you
really
say,
cute.
it just brings.
Just brings it out to life a bit.
It does, it does.
And if you do it quick with the free motion, it adds. You've still got that energy in there. You haven't taken it all out. So just maintain that. Don't worry about it. There's nothing perfect about how I've done it, but you can still. It's very penguiny.
Yeah, it is very penguiny.
Very penguiny. Right, then I'm going to do. So you've got to quilt it. It's always nice to quilt. I'm using bright yellow out of the bobbin, and then I have a needle case somewhere, she says, got everything. And then all I'm going to show you is how you do the little stars, because I've actually quilted it with like little snowflakes, and they're very random, and they just add a bit of texture. And then when you've done all the sewing, you can trim it down, and add the binding to it.
Yeah.
Or you could bag it out even. You've got fabric for the binding in the kit, and you can really make it your own, and it's a really sweet little thing. And also I've got one on my table. I've just used the 2 little things. You could just use one penguin. You can make this, scan it into your computer, print it out as a card. You could do
I'm just
whatever you
thinking,
like.
yeah, but you could do like little, like 2s or 3s on fabric, and then get some aperture cards. These could be your Christmas cards.
They'd be
a mixture of sewing
lovely.
and paper craft.
Yeah, absolutely lovely. So all I'm going to do is just do some random. I'm going to try and be quite random. And you just want to pull the thread so there's a bit of tension on it, so that it's actually acting a bit like a quilting stitch.
Yeah.
And just think snowflakes. And you can make them as subtle or as bright as you like. There you go. That's one.
Perfect.
And then-
are you good with random, Janet?
Funnily enough, I have trouble with not random.
Yeah.
I just straight does not appeal to me at all. I like old things, quirky things, and also I don't like measuring. So
I've got to
I think
be
it all
honest.
adds up.
I've got to be honest. Straights never appealed to me either, and I really do mean that. It's looking lovely, Janet. You are clever. Now, if you want to get your little bundle of Janet Clare winter, you can. You can. The details are on screen. You get a smorgasbord, I think it's fair to say, of loveliness in here. You get oodles of red felt and white felt. More than enough to do that gorgeous little mat with the polar bears on, that you could then put the little mince pie and drink for Santa, a little carrot for Rudolph, that kind of thing. You could do some little Christmas tree decorations, stuffed or unstuffed polar bears, reindeers. You get a decent sized piece of Bonder web in there for doing some fusible appliques. Plenty actually. You get all of the fabric to create the little penguin wall hanging, even down to the quilt batting. I love that you've included that.
Thank you.
You could have just said supply your own
Do
wadding,
you know
but
what
it's in
I
the
find
kit.
when you've bought, I know I'm not saying that's a full kit, you can't make the quilt, but it annoys me when it says it's a kit and then you've got to go and find
There's still
a
other
bit of this and a
things.
bit of that. Particularly
Yeah.
if you've bought it for an activity and you just want to, you think you've got the activity set and you haven't.
I know, or you just need a little bit of
A
something,
little bit of
and you have
something.
to go out and buy a queen size wadding because you haven't got any.
Exactly.
You're right. 2 reels of thread. I mean, that again, you know, most kits are going to say, you know, you need thread. I get it. But I mean, I love the fact that it's included in there. Some fine, really beautiful red ribbon. That's a gorgeous, classy red.
Very nice. I know, well, I'm quite
nice.
fussy.
Yeah, no, that's good. We like
Quite fussy.
You've got your embroidery floss in dark grey. You've got a John James needle, all right, a really nice quality, and you've got padding, toy stuffing, and Winter by Janet Clare. The booklet, it's gorgeous. You've got the reindeer quilt in there. You've got the polar bear toys. You've got the penguin wall hanging. This is utter genius. There's your jointed
Here he is.
reindeer, so that you can create a, is it called a maquette?
I don't know, it could be. Yes.
Is it called a maquette? That you can then reposition. And you can create a whole range of different, it's just, it's
which
utter
means
genius.
that every single quilt's going to be unique because they will all be in different places. And also I enlarged my reindeer, and that's how I put him on the cushion's above my head. That's how I put it above the cushion.
Lovely.
And also we have prepared a PDF which is must be very easy to find on my website, which gives you photographs of how I've used the templates in different ways so that you don't forget.
Awesome. Got some messages I want to read out, Janet. Such clear instructions and great demo. Thank you both. I think I may have to treat myself. I've also found my soup tribe with Janet too. Thanks from Joe.
Anti-soup.
Anti-soup. How can you be anti-soup? French onion with bread with Gruyere melted on the top. Yummy. Fab ideas to have a jointed template. Gives the design much more movement and life. Loving today's show. That's from Collect Who's in Merseyside. Another massage. just to show we are impartial here, and we show both sides of the argument. Fear not, Stuart. I'm with you on the homemade soup, preferably with a nice crusty roll. Karen, you are my tribe.
Just make a stew and have done with it.
We've just divided a nation, Janet.
We have. Honestly, it's so divisive.
The soup and the soup
So
not.
you're telling me you'd go to a restaurant and order a bowl of soup as a starter?
No.
See now he's
No.
into it. Now we're in shades, aren't we?
I would always order something like chicken parfait with maybe toasted brioche and onion marmalade.
Okay.
If
I'm
there's
not
any
going to
kind
those kind of restaurants.
If there's well, I mean, that's being a bit posh, isn't it? A bit. Oh, I'd have the parfait. Absolutely. No, but well, if they don't do it in a harvester, I don't order it. So. But if there's any kind of pate, I'll go for that.
You like a pate?
I love, and something with like a bit of toasted bread or brioche or a roll.
So it's very situational, your approval of soup.
Soup is very much an at-home, like Charlie and I love making soup together.
Okay.
It's a bit of a group activity.
Okay.
We don't often cook together, but soup we almost always make together.
Do you make fridge bottom? We do a lot of I made a fridge bottom the other day, which is just all the bits and bobs that have been floating around. You know, all the veggies that you've had for a few days.
I've got a bottle of Cristal in my fridge bottom. Could you put that in soup?
Did fridge bottom and you have it with rice and a bit of chilli, then it becomes a chilli, or curry powder, it becomes a curry.
Oh.
I never go to soup though. Never
if you
go to
turn
soup.
up at Janet's for open house Christmas Eve, I think it was an
Bring
open
me
invite.
soup.
Bring soup. Take soup.
Or
yeah.
parfait.
Oh, I know.
We'll have the parfait in,
I
darling.
feel awful now for saying that. Honestly, what a nong I am.
We'll have the parfait in, don't worry, darling.
Or a terrine. What have you got there, Janet Clare?
I've got reindeer on things. So I have got some little separate reindeer just on scraps of fabric, which you could put on a napkin or wherever you like. You don't have to make a whole quilt. And then I have got one, same template. I just traced around him and then I just did very simple back stitches all the way through. I'm just really trying to say that, you know, we've got lots and lots of templates knocking around, haven't we? And how you can keep using them over and over and over.
That's a beautiful idea, is red work. And I just thought then your Christmas stocking with those embroidered almost randomly over the surface of fabric.
That would be really grown up, actually. That would look stunning.
Oh, I do grown up.
Oh, I do grown up.
Parfait. We've just had a fabulous message. I've got to read this, Janet. I've just got to read this because this is going to absolutely turn your world upside down.
Okay, I'm ready.
Show the message, boys. Last night, my husband and daughter had soup and mashed potato for dinner.
You made a sloppy stew, admit it. You made a runny stew. A dollop of mash on the top.
I think that might even. I'm out. I'm sorry. Oh dear, soup and mashed potato. Yum, Louise. That sounds delicious.
Well, it's just a carb. It's just a carb, like your bread.
That is true. I can't disagree, Jenna. I daren't.
We'll be getting there, like.
Okay.
The head office, the upstairs will be coming down to have a chat with us.
They really will.
So anyway, this is felt. I'm just going to do little stitches through. To do that.
Little stab stitches
Nice. All the way round. So that's another option that you can do. So they're very versatile, all skill sets, whatever you like doing, whatever you're going to enjoy doing, do. And then this is when we have...
That's lovely.
Thank you. When we have the open... I do love laying the table. So when we do open house, it's also nibbles and things. And I've collected lots of these doilies very cheaply from charity shops and car booties. And I've just put one reindeer on here, just fusible applique, and then you can stitch around that. And then you've got something really beautiful. You could do... embroidery in the background, you could do whatever you like, but layers those all up with the lace doilies all over the table, a couple of candles.
Beautiful.
It just looks lovely.
And then the food comes out, soup over there, mash there.
Mash and soup. I'll tell you what, Tony loves soup. His work nickname is Tony Two Soups. Tony Two Soups. He also had 2 portions of soup.
Tony Two Soups?
Tony Two Soups.
And another soup. Love it.
Oh,
What you got
dear.
there, Janet?
So now I'm going to show you how I made the Christmas decoration that's hanging on the little tree. And this was something that Tony and Tessa at work would never have thought about. They would have said you would cut 2 reindeer out. I don't know whether it's picking up. I've actually got a whole reindeer that I've cut out of red felt here, just using this template. And when you were making a Christmas decoration, Tessa said that they would have cut the second reindeer out as well. And then
How
when
on
you're
earth would you
sewing
ever
them
sew it
together, it would be almost impossible. So I have got a very generous piece of red felt here. You could work on a much smaller background, but just cut one out really nicely and then leave the back completely large. When you've sewn around it, then you can trim it down to size.
And you've put your hanging loop
I've
in
put my
behind
hanging
there
in
as
loop
well.
already. So all I did was I made a loop, I've got a knot there, and I've made the knot go into the tummy of the reindeer, so I'm not going to sew through it. And then that's nicely secured. I've got my reindeer here, and you can just free motion, you can zigzag, you can do whatever you like all the way round. And
are you going like
done.
1/8 of an inch in from the raw edge on
I'm
your...
just not even worrying about it that much.
Fair
I'm
enough.
just going for it because it doesn't fray, it's not going to stretch, it's not going to do anything. And you're literally just going to go all the way round as much as you like. I've done this in red now, which is not wonderful. I did the one at home on a straight stitch. So if you're nervous about free motion or you think I just want to be a bit more accurate, I can't be bothered to change the foot even, you can do that. All the way round. Even if you were hand sewing these, it would be a pain with the 2 fiddly
Oh, it really
front
would.
and back.
That's a clever
to do.
idea. I like that.
Right, so pretend I've done all the way around there, and then I would leave space there, and then you can stuff in there.
And of course,
and then cut it out.
with your winter inspiration pack, you've got your toy stuffing included as well.
Got your toy stuffing, yes. And we were going to subdivide that, and we thought actually just do the whole bag, and then you've got lots of scope to do whatever you like. with
Extras. Bit extra.
So there you go. Oh, I'm all souped. I'm souped.
Yeah.
I'm shocked.
Yeah.
A mashed potato.
We've shaken your world, haven't we?
Yeah. It's
I think
Tony's turn to cook tonight. I bet that's what he gives me now. He'll
Tony,
be
if you're
watching. He'll be
watching.
watching. He'll give me soup and mash now.
Do it. Do it, Tony, please. Please, I'm begging you. My absolute favourite meal, says Deb, who's in Derbyshire, is meat potato pie with vegetable soup poured over it. Yummy, Debs. Debs, love it. You're in my tribe. You're in my tribe. Okay.
Well, that's veggies.
Yeah. Yeah.
I do apologise, everyone, for Soupgate.
No,
I'm going to
I
get
mean-
emails from Ian going
Yeah.
regarding Soupgate on Friday
got
morning.
another one whispered in my ear from Ben, our producer. His girlfriend made him risotto for dinner one night, but what she did was like the mushroom risotto and poured a can of mushroom soup over it. Here's your risotto.
Here's your risotto. But
So
a
it was
student, that's what you'd
soup
do
and
as
rice.
a university, wouldn't you?
Soup and rice.
Just as cheap as soup and rice.
Soup
Why
and
not?
rice, why not?
I mean, I can't claim to be a good cook, but you know, soup and mash. I swear that we're gonna be served up to me quite soon. Anyway, should we do our job? There's a typo. Oh dear. Yes, line the bowl.
Right, line your back. Go on. Put it back up. You line bowel with mash. And have soup in the middle. Yum, yum.
Oh, the nation. This is what we're all having for dinner tonight. Honestly. Oh, I do love our crowd, don't you? What were we saying in the first hour about, you know, the worst day here is better than
the best job anywhere else. It really is. Oh my goodness, we love you all so much.
We do.
Ooh,
So anyway,
okay.
anyway, so we've done, what have we done? We've done all the winter booklet very, very nicely.
We have.
We've shown you how
We
to use all
have.
the templates. We've lost it now. We've done the free motion, shown you how to use your reindeer template. And should I get Poppy out quickly?
Yes, please.
Shall I find some Poppy and we can talk about how you make yourself a Poppy?
Now, while you get yourself ready there, I just wanted to grab a little bit of Janet Clare fabric just to show you, because we have got a few of Janet's beautiful fabrics from her Astra collection available by the half metre. So, and I'm going to say, are we taking a slight diversion from Christmas? Well, possibly, possibly not. Because we've got deep indigos, and then we have got these beautiful, warm, creamy tans. And instantly, as soon as I look at them, I think night sky, and I'm thinking snowflake appliques on the night sky. So that's how I would use these fabrics for a wintry or Christmas themed project. But let me just go through these that we have. Now, do you want me to move to overhead, or are you okay with me holding up? I can move over to overhead if that's all right, Janet, just for a moment.
Absolutely, come
Dovetail.
over.
It won't be a second. All right, so here we go. Let's do LE 5-3 first of all. That's beautiful. Gorgeous fabric, that. Fly through these. We'll fly through these. Okay, these are all available by the half metre. UO46. It's my favourite one from the Astra collection. I just love that little bit of rust in there.
Rust.
Gorgeous.
It's the detail, isn't it? That's just so satisfying.
It's so funny that you said, though, that that's what you get on indigo fabric if you bleach. And I've done that to beautiful navy sweaters, wearing them and cleaning the kitchen with bleachy spray and ending up with a rust wrist, so I should have known, really. And then QO21, this is little tiny stars, like shooting stars. That's been ever so popular. Do you see what I mean about how you could use that in Christmas or winter projects in particular? Snowflakes, little Christmas stocking, something like that. Okay, creams, we've got UY19. That is absolutely splendid. See, I love reproduction fabrics as well, which is giving me some vibes there. I'm getting feels from that. TN20. Delish. This is that little satellite.
Little satellites.
Little satellite. Oh, I love that song. I blame you for the moonlit sky. Sleeping Satellite. Sleeping Satellite. PA10. Oh yeah, I sing as well. Oh yeah, badly, but I was in a musical once.
Were you?
Oliver. I was in Oliver, the musical, and I was given the only non-singing part.
That's just rude.
It is rude, and it was Mr. Brownlow. And SW34. Yeah. Judgmental, I thought it was, actually.
I can't sing.
Well, I think I can, but
You can.
Clearly not. Right.
Not for Oliver.
Poppy.
Not for Oliver. Poppy. So you have got little Poppy, and we've got all the felt included in there, and so miles more embroidery floss than you actually need. Lots and lots of colour photographs, and he's a nice simple build. So you have got, I wanted his beak to be 3D, and again it's probably quite hard to see. He's got a little beak, and how to get the beak in, his head is in 2 pieces. So there is a horizontal seam that runs across, and I've just made his little beak and sewn it through there, because that gives him a bit of shape very easily. And then when you have done that, then you sew this little U-shaped little face on top, so the beak just sticks through. So he's got a really quite little cute little face. And then this is his tummy, and you can see how little of the embroidery silk I gave you. I actually used, but again, just be generous. And then I've just done some running stitches round the top of his tummy just to add a bit of detail. And again, I'm ready just to stitch that down. I've got some thread, and you can see how many ends I've got going. I'm just going to do little whip stitches over the top, so a child could do this. I think, would fabric glue stick the felt down? It probably would, wouldn't it?
Yeah, you could use like a permanent fabric glue.
Yeah, yeah.
We
So
have the Gutterman, is it T2 fabric glue? I'm making that up. Something like that,
Something
isn't it?
like that. I've used it for putting, there's a really strong one that you put in frame purses.
I think it's that, yeah.
That one.
It's the Gutterman, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So very, very simple little project to make. No hard sewing or cutting out involved, and you get
It's
a really
lovely.
cute little penguin. You can put as much detail in as you like. And then his back is actually in 2 sections. So his little tail, he's got like a little waddly tail
Oh,
that
it's
sticks
cute.
out. And the wings are just separate on the side. Super, super easy to make. Really good fun. And it
absolutely
has
gorgeous.
Henry's approval, and we've called it Poppy.
It's
It's
absolutely
my
gorgeous.
little Poppy story. Thank you.
I love it.
I love making quilts, but I think I just love any kind of soft craft. I just love sewing and knitting. If I've got a needle and thread or yarn, I'm really, really happy and settled.
Yeah.
And making something cute like this, that's just done in an evening.
Yeah.
It's really satisfying,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah, I'm soothed by sewing, knitting all
Yeah.
the time. I absolutely love it. Got a little question for us both. Bit of a dilemma. It's turning into like Stuart's surgery this morning. Oh dear. We have missed out on soup and mash. We are having duck. Could we incorporate the soup and mash with it? Any suggestions? Margaret, who's in East
Duck.
York.
What a problem. She's got duck. The
I'm-
first thing we cooked in our new oven was duck. It was never been the
Was
same
it?
since. Soup, mash and duck. Well,
I'm wondering if, because ducks often live on islands, don't they? So here's a thought. Wide soup plate, okay, create an island of mash right in the centre, place duck in centre on island, create a moat of soup around it for dipping.
dipping. You could
Tomato
have broccoli
soup.
trees all round the outside
Beautiful.
as well.
Now you're on side.
Broccoli trees all the way round.
I knew we'd crack you in the end.
Soup gate.
Are you now team soup, Janet?
No,
No.
no. Duck,
Ne-
mash, broccoli, fine. Soup, no. Thank you very much.
Come
Soup gate. I wonder why we've never worked together on camera before. I wonder why the powers that be thought.
You see, any of these things can happen once. It's whether it ever happens again, isn't it? Really.
Oh, we have a laugh,
We
and
do.
everyone is so kind and supportive and welcoming. I do love this industry. It's really, really good for your soul.
It is good for the soul. It is
It
good
really
for the soul.
is. Even if you like soup, we can still get on.
Yeah, absolutely. Janet's not judging.
I'm just sewing a penguin now. I just sewing a penguin now.
It's really cute. I'm thinking as well, here's a little idea. I mean, you might be appalled by this. Gosh, I mean, if your reaction to soup was anything to go by, you might well be. But I'm just wondering whether you could make a number of Poppy the penguins, okay, and then potentially embroider a number on their tummy, and then potentially make a ball out of, or some balls out of felt
Yes.
sewn together, and then play Poppy Skittles.
You could play Poppy Skittles. We did have
Christmas
a
Day
Skittle game
afternoon.
with penguins. We
Did
did have a
you?
penguin Skittle game once. I wonder where that's gone. We did. I think you only limits your imagination, and all of these things, like I did with the backstitch embroidery. A template is just a drawing, a line drawing. So
Yeah.
you could print it out. You can colour it in. You can collage it. You can cut it out of paper.
Yeah.
Do whatever you like.
You really
Just
can.
read a
Now,
funny
we've had
message.
a very important message this morning from a chap called Tony, who doesn't actually say where he's from, but I do know that C of E means chief of everything. So that could
everything.
only be your husband, Tony, to say, would you tell Janet she's not getting duck for dinner? Is it soup, Tony?
Soup and mash.
Tell me it's soup and
Soup
mash.
and mash.
Do it for me. Do it for everybody at Sewing Street. Do it for the nation.
Super mash.
Love it, love it. Oh, it's lovely to hear from Jane. I was sad that he wasn't here with you today.
I know. Well, we've got no boys to look after the dog anymore. So we have to really, really plan. Sometimes it comes with me and we just have a nice little trip and stop off somewhere on the way home, and it's lovely.
Yeah.
But no one to look at. We've got the worst behaved dog in the entire world.
See, I was just about to say we're very dog friendly. You could bring.
Oh no, Wilson can't cope with people.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
He cannot cope with people at all. If he doesn't trust you, you've had it.
Right, fair enough.
He would not be an asset here, believe me.
Okay, fair enough.
So anyway, yes,
so
he's
Tony's
at home
also
looking
cooking
after
dinner?
the dog. He's cooking dinner. It's his turn. Yes, it's his turn. I shall look forward to my super mash.
I was going to say, we'll be chopping vegetables and blending as we speak, Janet. I can almost hear the blender going.
I do drive past the fish and chip shop, so, you know, just
well, that's
let me
what
know,
I'm having
Tony.
for tea.
You've got to do it Fridays, fish.
Yeah. We're going out. We're having it in the van. We take the takeaway bag and we do. We just park up somewhere. It's nice. See, I'm not really sophisticated. For all my talk of chicken liver parfait, it's fish and chips in a van, in a lay-by.
I think that is quite classy, actually. I love that, because that's freedom.
Yeah.
Can't get better than that.
Yeah, no. We have a takeaway bag that's got, a bottle of vinegar, some salt,
Do you have
knives and
balsamic
forks.
vinegar? Like my friend Lucy has balsamic vinegar on her chips.
No, I have balsamic vinegar on strawberries.
Oh, yes.
Beautiful. Now
Or
that's
a bit of
delicious.
black pepper.
Are we in agreement there?
Yeah. I'll let you have that one.
Just
At least-
a sec. There we go. Good. Black pepper.
Good. Black pepper on strawberries.
Cucumber?
It's supposed to be good. I don't really like cucumber.
See, I had you in the palm of a hand, and I just dropped you. There we go.
It.
Dropped.
These stitches are the wonkiest stitches I've ever done in my
that
entire
adds
life.
charm, right?
It does.
That adds charm.
Oh, there you go. Look, they're very wonky. It doesn't matter. And he's, honestly, every time I look at him, I shall remember.
Our time together, our
Soup
special
gate.
time.
Soupgate.
Oh, Christine's got in touch, Janet, to say, hilarious show, sewing and soup tales, very therapeutic, made me laugh.
Good.
It's the best medicine,
It
sewing
is the
and
best
laughing.
medicine. And just have fun.
You must.
everything.
All your projects are beautiful, and
you
I
so
love
much.
how relaxed, creative, inspiring, and freeing your projects
Thank
are.
you.
They're all
Thank
freeing.
you. I do try to just, don't worry about it being straight or accurate. Just have fun.
Beautiful.
We've proved that.
Perfect words to end on. Janet, thank you so
been
much.
lovely.
Do you know when you're coming back?
It'll be in December.
Okay.
Ian's frantically rearranging our schedules.
Well, he's frantically rearranging it with a different presenter, I've no doubt. Who knows?
Yes.
Oh, but thank you again. Safe journey home, and
you.
fingers
Been a
crossed for a
pleasure.
lovely dinner. All right, we're going to go to a break. When we come back, we're going to finish off the morning with some fabulous tools. And they are fabulous tools. You won't want to miss this hour. I'll see you after the break.
Surprise! Well, knock me down with a feather. Crafter's Companion is turning a sensational 17, and boy do we have a celebration for you. We are bringing the razzle dazzle and putting on the Ritz for a fabulous and very flamboyant affair, and of course you're all invited. From the 18th of October we're going to be shining the spotlight on a glittering array of spectacular new launches, some amazing offers and so many show-stopping surprises.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing community. See you there!
Follow Sewing Street on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
If you're a Sewing Street customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just deep-hilling my jumper. We'll get to that in a second. Lovely. Our tools hour, our final hour this morning on Sewing Street is a tools hour. And we're going to go through some really fantastic tools, actually, ones I haven't seen before or ones we haven't had on for ages. We're going to start with pattern paper for dressmaking and bag making in particular. This is brilliant stuff. It's from Prim and you get 10 meters. It's a 10-meter roll. It's 1 meter wide and then 10 meters in length. So you'll have seen in the past on Sewing Street, we sell dressmaking books, bag making books that have pattern sheets inside where different patterns, different sizes are all printed in different colours and overlaid, and we say you need to trace these off onto pattern paper. This is the stuff. It's absolutely brilliant, and at £8.99 for a 10-metre roll. This is something you can't really afford to not have in your stash. One, even two of these in a bag, in your sewing room or in your craft room, tucked under the bed, in a wardrobe. It's there when you need it. Also absolutely brilliant, if you buy tissue patterns or paper patterns, you're still going to have multiple sizes that are layered up. Now, I've mentioned this before, I never cut out a pattern from the actual pattern pieces for two reasons. One, the minute you start cutting them up, you just create a pattern that you'll probably never use again because it will get ripped, folded, damaged. It never goes back into the package. It'll get stuffed into a cupboard or into a drawer or into a carrier bag. That's just me. And then that pattern's ruined. So I always trace off the pattern size that I'm going to do onto pattern paper. And then I've got much, much more durable. It's a really lovely, it's still a tissue, but it's more durable than your regular tissue that you're going to get for something like a McCall's or a Simplicity pattern. The other reason why I always trace off is because my size changes, okay, right before your eyes, but also I will make the same garment. For example, I've got a favourite onesie pattern. I make it for me, I also make it for Charlie. I'm 5'8", he's 6'2". So we use two different sizes from the same pattern. I have those patterns cut out, they're in zip-topped baggies, all the pattern pieces, and we have Stuart's size and Charlie's size, and they are kept. So pattern paper, brilliant stuff, £8.99 for a 10-metre roll. I would grab a couple of these while we've got it in stock. And really as well, you know, it's one of those things that could just sit on the website and we tend to overlook. I would grab it now as well while it's in our minds and we're thinking about it. Otherwise you'll come to do a pattern in a few weeks' time and think, why didn't I get that? Why didn't I buy that? Now, next up, let's go to the lint remover. Now I'll grab out my sweater. Now I've got to say, I bought this literally about a week and a half ago. It's a little cable sweater. I've worn it a few times on air and it is already going bobbly. So a little bit disappointed with that, but I love it and I want to carry on wearing it. Can you see like here under the arms where you get a bit of like rubbing, a little bit of chafing? There's some bobbles appearing already. It is acrylic in fairness, so I suppose I was expecting it. With the lint remover, it's going to take all of those bobbles off quickly, easily. It also defluffs actually where there are little bits and bobs as well. Just remove the pet hair too. And that now looks as good as the day I bought it. Look, all those bobbles gone now. It's all back to nice and smooth and sleek. Again, down here, it's never all over a sweater. With me, it tends to be down by my sides, under the arms, and then also for some reason, I'm not sure why, across my tummy. It always seems to get bobbly here as well. I don't know if it's because I'm rubbing up against tables or I don't know what it is really, but that's great. Oh, I'm impressed with that. But look, can you see it's gone really bobbly already? You can use it on winter coats, you can use it on your winter knitwear, you know, those things that perhaps you only wear occasionally or haven't worn since last winter or last autumn, or just something like this where you've sort of bought something that was a bit cheap and then regretted it perhaps because it's gone bobbly, and you can just refresh it really quickly and easily. Yeah, absolutely. And just removing the lint as well and things like that. Very, very impressed with that. That's excellent. Oh, yeah. Oh gosh, it's great. Well, you've worn the battery out actually. The battery's going down a little bit, but oh gosh, I'm sure I might take this back. I probably shouldn't debobble it too much. But actually, if you've got knitwear that does have bobbles on it, these lint removers are awesome. £17.99. I mean, I'll be honest with you, the slip over was, I think it was £24. So this has actually transformed it back to how it looked when I bought it, which actually is well worth the money. Oh, I like that. It's quite fun to do as well. Bring me your bobbly knitwear and watch me transform it before your very eyes. Oh, now Ben, our producer, is saying that this lint remover and bobble remover actually saved him his favourite winter coat because it was all bobbly. Not knitted, but like a sort of woolly one. And it was all bobbly. And his girlfriend put it on the throw out pile because she couldn't bear the sight of it because it was so bobbly. And then Ben bought a lint remover, a bobble remover, and refreshed his coat. And now it didn't get thrown away. It got rescued from the throwaway. Now, we are talking a lot at the moment about, you know, throwaway fashion, fast fashion, or just a sort of attitude towards the clothes that we wear, and you know, whether we keep, whether we throw away, whether we recycle. And there are reasons why we'll throw something away, and that's because it looks tatty. You know, and I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't carry on wearing this sweater looking tatty as it was. But now that has been really, I've got to be honest, completely refreshed and brought back to life. I mean, it does need to go in the wash actually. I've obviously spilt my dinner down it at some point. But anyway, there we go. Absolutely brilliant. I'm seriously, I'm impressed by that. Smashing. Well, it's worked for me. And then when you come to, do you have to empty it? Look, there's all your bobbles and your bits and bobs. Look at that. Oh wow, my goodness me, that's a serious amount of bobbling, isn't it? I think all the navy is mine and this was something else. Looks like someone's shorn a sheep, but that's easy enough. And then clips back on and you're ready to go. It's battery operated. Yeah. Oh no, actually, there's a USB charger, isn't it? A small USB charger. It's a charger, so no batteries required. Just plug it in, charge it up, and away you go. Oh, boot of my car. Boot of my car. I shall take that home. I won't. I'll buy one. I'll buy one. That's awesome. Great. All right, I'm impressed by that. I'm impressed by that. Right, next up, let's do the comic board. Now, I know you love this. I know you love this. Fabric storage is sewing room storage. You know, none of us have got as much space as we want. We've invested in a stash, haven't we? However large it is, we've invested our money into that and our hopes and dreams for what that fabric might become. It's too good for it to just be shoved in a cupboard, in bags, you know, whatever. These are acid-free boards. They are made to store, you know, those posh comics that are worth a fortune and, you know, people collect and that sort of thing, where you really want to keep them beautifully. Some bright spark thought, hang on a minute, acid-free board, that would work beautifully for my fabric. I could wrap my fabric around these boards. I could create mini bolts that can then go on my shelves and create a fabulous storage. We've got a gorgeous, actually we've got a little video, haven't we, showing how to wrap. Have a little look at this. So there's your piece of fabric. You've got your selvage at the bottom, fold it up and over and around. And then a little pin in the top, or you could put a little plastic clip if you didn't want to put metal. Just be careful with metal, you don't want it rusting if the environment's at all damp. But yep, little clip. And of course that could be fat quarters, but equally it could be half meters, meters, or even 2 or 3 meters that you've bought perhaps for backings or bindings or borders for your project. That's absolutely brilliant. Did we have a lovely picture earlier on of someone's beautifully organised sewing room? This is impressive. Look at this. Now that is what I aspire to. That's what my sewing room's going to look like when I've grown up. The first step is getting yourself 100 acid-free comic board fabric storage packs. You get 100 of the pieces of card, all cut to the right size, $14.99. Still a work in progress, but it means having to constantly tidy up the shelves after pulling out fabric and struggling to put it back. Loving the show. That's Anna in Coventry. Anna, we are all in awe of your organisation. That is superb. And this is what you get for $14.99. There's a massive brick, 100 of these acid-free boards to store your fabric. That is absolutely brilliant value, and what a great way of getting organised. Equally, if you have bought things like the storage bags for your fat quarters or your fabrics, you could wrap them around the boards, pop them inside there, and again, they're not all like sort of, the only thing I ever think about those is if you dive into that bag and take a few fat quarters out, does the bag just become a complete mess? I think if you've already wrapped your fabric around these comic boards, you're going to get a better result, aren't you? $14.99 for those. I'll just pop those to one side. Now then, next up, we have got some little wooden items here. These are all lovely. I like these. Now, I like things made out of wood. They look nice. I think that they are more sustainable as well than that sort of plastic items necessarily. So, some good stuff. Millwood, great brand. Okay, so we'll start off with the ruler rack. I'm just going to pop this out of the box. And this you can use for storing rulers on your desk or on your table. There we go. Right, thank you. Marvellous. So you can store, depending on the ruler, you can store them long ways, like this. Or if you're using, something like your Shape Cut Plus or your Stripology, that will also go in there and store. Your 6x24 ruler, again, you can store that long ways. You can also store rulers upright if you've got things like templates, things like the hexagon trim tool from Creative Grids. They'll all go in there. This is actually something to multi-buy, I think, for $10.99. You will get sort of, 4 different rulers, large rulers in there. But if you've got smaller templates, you could get more. Definitely, but I would get 2 or 3 of these and then you can store them. They could also go on the top of maybe cupboards or open shelving, something like that. We pay a lot of money for our rulers and our templates, and what we want to do really is keep them forever, isn't it? Buy that template once and keep it forever, but if you're going to do that, you've got to keep it safe. And we find, I suppose, in a way, Sewing Street is a little bit like a speeded up version of real life, in the sense that our rulers get used by loads of people, loads of times, 7 days a week. And so it's like a speeded up version of what happens for you at home. And our rulers get chipped, the corners get knocked off, they get dropped, they get spoiled. And over time that happens, but if you store them properly, they will last you so much longer and will keep doing what they're supposed to do, perhaps for a lifetime. All right, I'll leave that with you. Now, next up, let's do the scissor rack. This reminds me of my days as a teacher. We had this kind of thing. Just going to grab a few bits and pieces. So this is the scissor storage. Now, of course, none of us have got one kind of scissor, have we? Really? We've got scissors for paper, scissors for fabric, scissors perhaps when we're doing our foundation paper piecing. We might have scissors for doing a decollage, if we're crafters. We might have pinking shears. We might have, now then, what's the posh name for these? Hemostat. Yeah, hemostat scissors for pulling through. Yeah, those grabby scissors, they'll go in there too. A really, actually, very, very efficient way of storing 12 pairs of scissors in there. Fab. Really good for £10.99 again. And it looks really smart as well, doesn't it? It looks beautiful. There you go, branded Millwood. Really nice, just on one side. So if you don't want that branding, you can always just turn it around. And also, let me just show you, it's really lovely and smooth. There's no sort of like sharp edges or anything like that. It's beautifully made. Nice and smooth on the bottom as well. Fab. All right. And then our last thing made out of wood, I'm very taken with this. It's been very popular. I totally understand why, because this appeals to me very, very much. Brilliant price too, Is that right? £7.99. Gosh, that is good. No wonder it's been popular. I mean, for a start off, it's an absolutely beautiful, beautiful thing. Let me just grab some thread. Now, I'll be honest with you. My thread storage at home looks quite a lot like that. I've got some like decorative jars. They used to have lovely smelly candles in and things like that. And I tend to put my threads in there. But that's okay, it sort of works. But this, rather smarter. I'm just going to pop some lovely threads on here. Just wind that up a little bit, and this just looks lovely. And let me turn that around so you can see what I'm doing. Really beautiful. This will store up to 25 reels of thread. Now, of course, it does depend on how thick or wide the reels of thread are, would determine what, but like Aurifil will go on there. I've got some Gutermann here. These larger spools, they will go on as well, okay, but it is then possibly sort of biting into the space next to. You could just about get that. There we go, look. There you go. So you can get those larger spools on as well. But, you know, for prettiness's sake, I want all my spools to be the same size. But there is also another row in there still to go. So come on, Stuart, don't do half a job. Do the whole thing or nothing at all. There we go. I am going to be so organised one day. My goodness me, you won't recognise me. There you go, look at that. Now, what would you prefer? That or that? £7.99 is the difference. £7.99 and about 2 minutes to be that organised and also to see what you've got. So, and this could actually end up saving you more than £7.99 because quite frankly, how many times have you done this? You've looked at your, well, I'm not really going to call it thread storage, but you know what I mean. Looked at that and thought, oh no, I haven't got any cream. You go out and you buy some. And then actually, if you turf that out, you would find some cream in there somewhere. On a rack like that, you can see everything that you have got at a glance and you can grab just the right shade at a glance. You could have one that was filled with your neutrals, one that was with your sort of more muted shades, pastels, reds and purples. I mean, the possibilities are endless. My one little caveat, my one little bit of advice is you do want to store thread out of direct sunlight because direct sunlight will fade the colours potentially and can also make your thread brittle. So I would still keep these. I still want them on display, but I'm going to keep them in my sewing room, my workroom that's out of direct sunlight. Lovely. Really like those. Really, you can keep your plastic bin. Actually, I'm very grateful for that sometimes when I come in and I haven't got the right colour of thread, so I'm not going to knock it. Now then, earlier on I was using a wool pressing mat, and these impress me every time I use them. Jenny Doan on Missouri Star, she started me off and lots of people off with wool pressing mats, and just brilliant. These though are the most affordable wool pressing mats I've seen out there. These are absolutely fab. We'll start with the square one. This is the Millwood wool pressing mat, and it's 30.5 centimetres square, which, as you know, means nothing to me. Is that 12 inches square? I think it might be. I'm going to grab a tape measure. I'm back. Don't panic. 12 inches square, yeah, so 12-inch square pressing mat. Super useful, kind of size you want, next to your sewing machine with your regular iron, your travel iron, or your mini iron next to, for doing those sort of on-the-go pressing jobs. So I'm not going to do my pressing my yardage on this, I'll still do that on my ironing board, but this is what I'm going to use when I'm pressing my seams, foundation paper piecing, my finished blocks as I go along. Absolutely brilliant. Now there are benefits from using a wool pressing mat as opposed to other kinds. The heat is distributed beautifully evenly. You get a really crisp finish when you're pressing, a lovely flat finish. The problem with a lot of pressing surfaces is that there's like a sort of meshwork metal grill under there. If you've got quite a thin ironing board cover on top, you will already have done this, I've no doubt, especially when you're pressing dark fabrics, you iron them, and suddenly you've got like a grill in the shape of the metal in your fabric where you've pressed. Not a great look. With your wool pressing mat perfectly flat, that price is about to drop. Have I convinced you? Do you want this? I think you might, but wait till you see the price. When I said affordable, I meant it. $19.99, half price. You're welcome. Merry Christmas, happy birthday, and good for you just for joining us and staying with us today on Sewing Street. $19.99. Heads will roll for that. Grab it while you can. They won't last long, they really won't. Now that would work perfectly next to your sewing machine. This next mat would also work perfectly next to your sewing machine. If you've got a little bit extra room, ideal. If you're, I'm thinking also as well, dressmakers, of course, absolutely brilliant. And this would be good for doing things like if you're pressing out collars or sleeves, things like that, any of your construction, but equally for your patchwork and quilting. Now this one is 42 centimetres by 29.7, which in proper real money, what you can spend, that is 16.5 inches long and it is 12 inches wide. The price should be $39.99. It's not. We're dropping that price as well to $24.99. Now I did say, didn't I, right at the start of the day, if you were with us then, watch the tool out because there's some really good stuff in it. I promise you, you'll want to stick around. I wasn't kidding. I wasn't allowed to tell you about these price drops earlier on, but well done you for sticking around and staying with me. $24.99 for the larger wool pressing mat, and of course double-sided. Not a bad idea just to mark an A and a B side, just to keep reminding yourself to flip it and flip it and flip it and turn it and turn it, because it's really funny. I'm going to liken this to our gorgeous sheep and our goats that we have at the farm. They have carved out little paths in the field. They follow a route in and out of their barn every day. And I look at my ironing board and I'm like our lovely sheep and our lovely goats. I carve out my little path on the ironing board. There are little patches that are worn out and there are other patches that are barely touched. Make sure you use every surface on your wool pressing mat. Get all the use out of it that you can. Loads of you coming in for the wool pressing mats now. Remember, under £20 for this, under £25 for this. It's about a third bigger in length. Absolutely superb. In fact, it is a third bigger in length. 12-inch square, 12 by 16 rectangle. They're brill. They're absolutely brill. And also gorgeous, gorgeous gift as well for anybody who sews. Dressmaking, patchwork, home dec. All right, lovely. What should we do next? The I don't know that we do actually, you know. I don't think we do have that out. Oh, do you know, I've got a little bit of something in my eye, so I'm sorry if I keep on. I think I'm all right now. Let's do turning tools. Yeah, let's do turning tools. I'm going to grab the turning tools. Oh, they're out on the trolley. Oh, could I have the turning tools, please? Thank you. So, turning tools, super useful. They were out, sorry. These are from Prim. 2 different sizes. 2 different sizes, absolutely fab. Do we have a open? We do have open. Let me show you. Let me show you how these work. So I'm just going to grab, whoops, a little tube of fabric. Right. So I might have just dropped the. Oh yes, I have. Sorry. Oh, there it is. Sorry. Ugh, there we go. Right, so you get 2 different turning tubes, so for wider and narrower tubes, and then you also get 2 wooden sticks. So this is what you're going to do. So let's say, for example, you had made a shoulder strap for a bag, okay, and this is quite a good sort of mock-up for a shoulder strap. Now, if the shoulder strap is made like this, so you've sewn up the sides and you've also either folded the fabric or you've sewn across a short end, brill, okay. If you haven't, if the instructions just say to sew the sides and then turn it through, don't do that. Cut it maybe half an inch longer than you need, sew across the top as well, and then you can use your turning tool. So what you're going to do then, it's like a hollow tube, like a really wide straw. You're going to put that inside your tube, okay, right to the end, and then you're going to use your wooden stick and you're going to push the tube down through Am I doing this right or am I doing this wrong? There we go, and it appears. It's so clever, isn't it? It's absolutely brilliantly clever, and it's turned. And then what you can do is you can just use the pointy end. So I would use the blunt end for turning to push it through, but then you can use your more pointed end to just gently push out those corners to get a really, really nice finish there. Okay. And then you can give it a press. If you want open ends at both ends, you've added that little bit of extra, you can just cut the end off that you had to stitch across. That's why you add half an inch extra. And then obviously with narrow, you can do that too. Absolutely superb. And the price is great too, £7.99. That's Secret Santa, isn't it? If you've got Secret Santa at your sewing class, something like that, or your WI, turning tool, £7.99 is a proper useful gift that you could buy for somebody or for yourself. Really good, really worth having in your little stash of tools. Okay, that's that. Right, now then. I do. Okay. Oh, yeah, you want to do it? Yeah, okay, right. This is the Fiskars Combo Rotary Cutter and Ruler. So this is 12 inches by 12 inches. And this really, I suppose, works on almost like that paper guillotine methodology. So you're going to use this with a self-healing cutting mat. Now, my father-in-law, Ron, who is almost certainly watching right now, has got and swears by his Fiskars Rotary Cutting Combo. And the way it works is this. Let me grab a mat. I think I've only got a small one. This I think will just about fit on. All right, do we have a little bit of fabric? Actually, I've got a little bit of fabric. A little bit. Hey, now this is something. Do you know, I was going to use a bit of Tilda, but I'll use a bit of that. Because that Tilda's coming home. Okay, so what you would do then, let's just pop some fabric down. Okay, so obviously if you need to fold your fabric, you can fold your fabric. Okay, so if you're folding your fabric more than once, line up a fold along the top on your mat and then do the same underneath, like that. And then you can put your combo over the top, line it up, line the lines on the ruler with your fabric as well, and then you can cut. Okay, so that's now trimmed one edge, and then I'm just going to, well, obviously it's a rotating cutting mat, so I can just, have we met? I love my rotating cutting mat. Sewing machines are rather in the way here, but never mind. Okay, and then I'll lay it back down, and then I can measure out. So let's say, for example, that I want a 6.5 inch strip. I'm just going to line that up. There we go. And then again, so you're not having to use a rotary cutter here. You are using, oops. Oh, come on, Stuart. There we go. That's better. You are using your sort of almost like a paper cutting method. And look at that beautiful, straight 6.5 inch strip of fabric. I folded it carefully, so when I open it out, my strip is beautifully straight. Really nice, safe method of cutting. And also as well, in terms of the sort of pressure that you need to put on, it's very, very light. You're running this up and down. Takes standard 45mm blades. So any standard 45mm cutting blade will work on that. No bother at all. All right. Now we've got some Creative Grids rulers on the show, so we'll have a little look at those next. Yeah, let's start off with the double wedding ring. Now, Janet and I were talking about quilts that are on every quilter's sort of bucket list. Every quilter wants to make these. I think one of the key things about a double wedding ring, which we mentioned, is that it is curved edges. Two potential pain points here. The first one is cutting them out. So traditionally you would make templates, you would mark them on your fabric, and then you would cut around them with scissors. I mean, how many of us ever use excuse me, scissors to cut out our fabrics for patchwork? Almost never for me. I want a rotary cut. So this set from Creative Grids uses the same thickness of acrylic that we're used to for our rotary cut rulers, but in the templates that you need for a double wedding ring. These are the templates that you get. Now here you've got the potential to either use, so the arc that's at the bottom looks a little bit like a sort of flattish rainbow shape. You can either do solid arcs or you can do pieced arcs using this. Then you've got the center section. You can either do that as one whole piece of fabric, or you've got lines, registration lines on there, so that basically you can sew a big 4-patch and then cut the curves using your rotary cutter and have a sort of 4-patch pieced center part. And then you've got the melon shape or the half moon shape. Again, you can do those as solid pieces. You can do them with 4 pieces of fabric sewn together, or you can do a center seam and have 2 strips of fabric sewn together. So there's loads of different variations from this one set of templates. Now, the other pain point potentially with sewing curves together is matching everything up and getting a beautiful finish. Now, the first step towards beautiful accuracy when you sew is beautiful accuracy when you cut out. We've already established these are going to rotary cut, perfect size every time, but there's more to it than that. If you have a little look, I don't know if you can see this, but on every single one of these templates, you have got little holes drilled through at key points. Let me show you. So for example, running around the top here of this part, you have got little dots here and here either side, and you've also got one in the center. These are running all the way around the template. These are your match points. So with this on top of your fabric, I mean, you can rotary cut 4 layers of fabric, but then get single layers of fabric, lay this on top, mark with a pencil those 6 dots, or 8 dots, sorry. You're also going to mark them on your arc, your melon seed, and then you're going to use these as match points. Absolutely fantastic for $38.99. Now, you may only ever make 1 double wedding ring quilt in your lifetime. You may make more once you realize how achievable it is. But even if you make 1, it will be like a magnum opus. It will be like, you know, your most amazing quilt. It'll be the one that people keep forever, I think, because it will be such a standout piece of work. So this kind of pays for itself if you get the results you want. Now, we've also got the 45-degree bias and Lone Star ruler. Oh, now I have this actually. I have this one at home. I've used this one quite a lot. I love Lone Star, Bethlehem Star, beautiful. You can cut it out using a regular 6x24 ruler. However, I had tried that and I really struggled with matching up my diamonds once I'd cut. So you strip strips of fabric together, you offset the ends, and then you cut sections through. This ruler makes it so much easier, more achievable, and much more accurate in multiple sizes. So Creative Grid's Lone Star ruler is really versatile. You can cut the individual strips that you're going to piece together. And then you can actually cut those from 1 inch finished width to 6 inch finished width. So you can either do like a tiny Lone Star wall hanging, or you can do a great big bed quilt using this. But you can also use this to cut the setting squares and triangles. So if you think about how you set this together, you've got squares in the corners and setting triangles in between. You can cut everything for multiple sizes using this ruler. $29.99. What next are we going to do? The slash cutter. Good, thank you. All right, so we're going to use the chenille or the slash cutter. Now, I've demonstrated this quite a few times on Sewing Street. Brilliant tool. It's called a slash cutter, sometimes called a chenille cutter. This is from Clover, one of my favorite brands for notions, because their designs are innovative, they're clever, they're smart, they feel great in your hand, they're ergonomically designed, and they just do a great job. They make the process really gorgeous. So what you're going to do with this, you're going to create faux chenille. So you'll start with a base layer of fabric, and this is about 1 inch on all sides bigger than the finished piece of chenille fabric that you want to make. You're then going to layer up some usually fairly open weave, so cheap cotton fabrics underneath, solids. I wouldn't use batik because it's not cheap, and also it doesn't fray very well. You want that kind of really fray fabric, to be honest, right? So you're going to do maybe 2 or 3 layers of that, and they want to be about 1 inch smaller than your base layer, and that base layer can just be something like calico. So layer them up, and then the final layer on top, you want your like special fabric. Now this works really well, this technique works really well with things like printed panels, scenic fabrics, fabrics with pictures on, or big motifs, maybe a large scale floral, K-facet fabric with a big scale floral on, that kind of thing. So layer it all up, pin through the layers. Then what you're going to do on your sewing machine, get some thread on, and you want a thread that's going to kind of nicely blend or tone or even contrast. Mark a diagonal line, a 45-degree line through the center. Sew on that line, and then you want to sew either side of that line. You want to sew a series of straight lines going diagonally all across through all layers, and start and finish about, I don't know, 1/4 of an inch out into that background, that larger square on the outside. And you're going to stitch channels about 1/2 inch apart. I just use the width of my presser foot for that. Once you've done all of that, you are going to grab your slash cutter. Now, the slash cutter has a guide on it. Can you see here? You can see this guide. It's like a long straight guide. You are going to put that into the sort of the channels that you've stitched. This is why you want your base layer to be a little bit bigger and not stitched right onto. So you can slip this between the base layer and those top layers of fabric. And then as you cut, can you see there's a little 28mm rotary blade in there? Now that rotary blade does not turn as you're cutting. It is held fixed. So as it wears out, can you see the numbers around this here? All you'll do is click, click, click as you go. So you use position 1, position 2, 3, 4, 5 and so on until you get right round to the beginning again, and then you'll change the blade. All right, and all you do is put it in the channel on your self-feeling cutting mat and you cut through the channels. So the base layer is the thing that's holding the whole thing together. That creates these lines that will then fluff up. If you wash it, if you tumble dry it, they will fluff up. And this is why you want quite cheap fabrics underneath, because they'll really fluff up well. And then you get this gorgeous, like cuddly, chenille, it's almost like teddy bear fabric on the surface. Really cool effect. Now, this is the straight guide. Included in the pack, you also get the short guide, which is right here. And you're going to use that for curved slash cutting. So rather than marking that first line as a straight diagonal, what I want you to do this time, you don't even have to really draw it. Draw that straight line, but then when you sew, I want you to sew a gently curving line, not very wiggly. All right, don't do that, but just cut a gently, or draw or sew a gently curving line, and then use the edge of your foot to echo that both sides. Then with the short guide, cut through there and you'll get curved slash cutting. It's a really fun technique, great. And then what I would do with that fabric, you can turn them into quilts, piece them together, sash them, or a really fun thing to do actually is to use that fabric for the flap on a bag. So make the rest of the bag maybe in denim, or any fabric you like, but denim looks great. And then have the flap in faux chenille fabric. Looks really cool. You can maybe bind the edges. It'll look really cool, ever so nice. All right. Little fun technique there. Right, I just want to mention the two brother sewing machines that we've got on today's shows. And I want to mention these because up until midnight tonight, you're going to make a saving on these from an already slashed price, £40 extra saving on your Brother FS250, even more on your Brother Disney Edition embroidery machine. So on your FS250, you have got a fantastic computerized sewing machine, 250 stitches, all computerized, a flip chart at the side to so you've got a ready reckoner for where all your stitches are, including utility, decorative, embroidery stitches, satin stitches, even overlocking stitches for stretch fabrics. On the top of your machine, you've got 3 alphabets plus numbers and punctuation, a solid capital, an open outline capital, and a cursive capital. Absolutely brilliant. All right, you're also getting a full package of feet, utility, dressmaking, embroidery, decorative, button sewing, buttonhole sewing, invisible hemming, blind hemming, you know. You've also got things like narrow rolled hem for fine fabrics. You've got a foot for that. Bias binding attaching foot, a non-stick foot for sewing things like pleather, leather and oilcloth. You've also got a 5-groove pin-tuck foot, an adjustable zip and piping foot. I mean, just the list goes on. It's absolutely brilliant. You've got an extension table, a hard case to protect your machine when you're not using it. And this sewing machine can be used with or without a foot pedal. So if you can't or don't like to use a foot pedal, you don't need to. It's got a start-stop button at the front. It's also got automatic needle down button, which will also raise the needle as well if you press it. I use that most often when I want to take one more stitch. I don't try and do that using the foot pedal, and I certainly don't turn the balance wheel at the side. I just press, and that will do one more stitch, one more up, one more down, and it takes one more stitch. Also, it's got speed control. So right here, now if you're using the foot pedal, this will act as a speed limiter. So what that means is if you turn that speed down to the slowest speed, it doesn't matter if you put your pedal to the metal and put your foot flat to the floor on the pedal, the machine will not go any faster than its slowest speed. This is what I mean by a speed limiter. So if you tend to sew a bit too fast and you're not really getting the accuracy, but maybe you have reduced sensation in your feet, and you can't necessarily control the pedal so easily, but you still want to use a pedal, use the speed limiter, and then you can just sew at a slower pace. And if you start to feel your confidence, or maybe you go on a long straight seam, while the machine is running, or you can stop, you can just turn that speed up a little bit, and it'll just pick up the pace to the middle speed, or indeed the fastest speed. Very, very easy to set. You've got plus and minus buttons here for the stitch selection, and then you've got plus and minus stitches here for the stitch width and the stitch length adjustment. It is simplicity itself. The display even tells you which foot you need to install. So for example, for stitch number 2 in mode 1, that's a straight stitch with the needle in the center position, you need foot J. That's for your straight sewing. Now, while we're here and I'm just talking about this machine, I do just want to mention as well, we've got a little add-on foot package which I would highly, highly recommend. We've got a combined package of a walking foot, brother walking foot, and a brother darning foot, or free motion foot, which you can get for £47.48. You save £10 by buying them together in that little bundle. Now, the walking foot you're going to use so often for things like construction, top stitching, sewing thick layers, matching up patterns on curtains, or wherever you might need to pattern match, maybe on a dress. You're going to use it for quilting, where you really don't want any tucks or pleats or folds in your fabric as you're quilting, no ruckling of your fabrics. Use a walking foot. It's not only for sewing straight lines or sewing in the ditch. You can sew a gently undulating curve. You can sew a series of concentric circles in your quilt. You can sew Baptist fan, whatever you want to do, where you want the machine to carry on feeding your fabric through, but you don't want tucks or pleats. Use your walking foot for that. Then you've got your darning foot. Now, your darning foot is what you're going to use when you drop the feed dogs on your Brother FS250, which now means you're in control of the direction that you sew. That combination of feed dogs down and darning foot on means it's a hopping foot. You can sew to the left, to the right, forwards and back, diagonally, round and round in spirals, write your name, do whatever you like. You saw Janet earlier on using the darning foot to sew around the outside edge of appliques without having to turn her work. She also used it to sew round her reindeer little stuffed hanging decoration. That was construction using the darning foot. I've never seen that done before. What a cool idea. Especially useful if it's quite an intricate shape as well. Absolutely fab. Now, our second machine is our Brother embroidery machine. Now, this is the Disney edition Brother embroidery machine. This has got 60 preloaded Disney embroideries on it. It's also got 100 and something, I think, nearly 200 royalty-free embroidery machines loaded on it. It's also got a USB port at the end. You can stick a memory stick in there. You can download literally hundreds, thousands of free embroidery designs that are compatible with Brother, and a 4-inch hoop. You get a 4-inch hoop with this. Your designs need to be compatible with that size and also with the Brother format. This is an embroidery only machine, so it doesn't come with a foot pedal, because you're not going to sit sewing at your embroidery machine. You're going to set up your design. It's so easy to do that. I mean, you don't even need the manual. You can see just from the instructions on screen what to do, but you do get a great manual. When you've chosen your design and you've got your fabric hooped up, you are literally going to press, run, and away you go. If the thread should break, your machine will stop sewing and beep, and you can correct it. As soon as you start it again, it will start from where it left off. If all the lights go out and there's a power cut, or you need to turn your machine off because of an emergency, or the phone rings, or you need to go home and take your machine with you, it doesn't matter. When you get home, you can plug this back in, turn it on, the machine goes right back to where it started, press run, and you're back in business. All right, we need to do the menu before I say goodbye. I want to say a personal thank you, by the way, for 2 lovely days here at Sewing Street. Now, tomorrow at 8 a.m, we kick off with Cave Facet Fabrics. At 9 o'clock, Adaku Parker brings her brand, Dovetailed, to Sewing Street. Brand new guest. I think that might be wonderful. At 10 a.m, Emma Bradford is here demonstrating the Moda Out West quilt kit. And then at 11, Adaku Parker brings her brand Dovetailed to Sewing Street again. At 12 o'clock, Emma Bradford is back demonstrating the Tula Pink Tea Siesta quilt. Presenter-wise, who is it tomorrow? It's... Oh, morning, John Scott here. Sold out. Okay, camera on me. All right, it's John Scott tomorrow at 8 a.m. Don't tell him I do that, will you? Awful. There'll be emails. All right, my lovelies. Thank you so much for joining me. It's been great. What a laugh. I will see you very, very soon. Take care of yourself and each other.